All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Town Hall. We're going to get things underway here. Tonight is Wednesday, December 18th. We're here for our first joint work session with the school committee to kick off our budget discussions. But first order of business, as always, is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next on the agenda is the roll call. Land acknowledgement statement. The town of South Kingstown pays homage to the indigenous people and land in which the town is now located. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Narragansett tribe whose land and water we benefit from today. Next, we have the roll call.
Council President McEntee.
Here.
Council Vice President Marin.
Here.
Councilmember Bergner.
Here.
Councilmember Alley.
Here.
Councilmember Wedgemont.
Here.
Moving on to school committee. School committee Vice Chair Restivo.
Here.
School committee member Massinanti.
Here.
School committee member Whitford.
Here.
School committee member Lander.
Here.
School committee member Brousseau.
Here.
It is noted that school committee chair Vetter and school committee member Shear is absent.
All right, thank you. Before we get into the agenda items, I just want to say welcome to the new school committee. This is a new term of town council, a new term of school committee, a new superintendent, and we look forward to working collaboratively, transparently, and trying to find solution collaboratively toward the school's budget and also toward achieving the new high school project, which is also on discussion tonight. So welcome. We look forward to a strong relationship between all of us as we move forward in this term. And with that said, we're just going to jump right into it. So tonight we have...
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Just for logistics, would it be easier for you not to juggle 5 people in those microphones and just slide down so that you're not jostling a bit?
I think
Michelle?
we'll be okay.
I don't know, because it just seemed like you're passing.
Mr. Restivo agreed to share politely.
Okay.
Like second graders are told, we're going to behave.
Okay. I just feel like sometimes it's awkward. Thank you.
I just want to note, as a point of order, the South Kensington School Committee will ask for an adjournment of our body at the end of item 4 on the agenda tonight.
You got it.
Just so you're aware of that.
All right, with all that said, we're going to jump right into it. We got a presentation regarding the school building project and potential cost reduction and funding strategies. Phil Conti of Studio Jade is here. We also have Left Field here as well. So I know this is a joint presentation, so feel free to just come on up.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kate Turner. I'm a senior project manager with Left Field. I'm a new face to some of you, an older face to some of the other ones in the room here. I'm a colleague of Chris Spiegel, who you've met with many times before. So tonight we are going to be looking at the current status of the South Kingstown High School replacement project. We're going to look at where we stand budget-wise. We're also going to look at some of the options we have in front of us for some cost reduction strategies. We'll take a look at geothermal, and then we'll talk a little bit about some funding opportunities as we move forward with the presentation.
Great.
I just wanted to make sure it is understood by both groups that we're not looking for any sort of decision or votes tonight on this topic. Strictly information sharing, making sure everybody in both bodies is fully up to speed with what we have, what Kate's going to present, and then kind of how we got here. I know a handful of both bodies either were in attendance at our last school building committee meeting or watched it, and so most people are up to speed. There has been a little bit further refinement by our project managers just to tighten things up. And Kate's going to lead it off, and with support from all the different folks that are in the room with them.
So, Kate, just to clarify, we are not making a decision tonight about geothermal, or we are?
I won't dictate that for you. If you guys want to make a decision, that's up to you, but we're not expecting one. We want to make sure we're giving you all the information, you can digest it. If you guys already, have a like, if you go through the presentation with us and want to give direction, obviously that's completely up to you guys. But we're not expecting a vote tonight.
I did attend the last meeting, and it was my understanding that we had to make a decision on the heating source so that the architects could get to their job. And so that's where I thought we were, but.
Maybe as part of this presentation, you could sort of give advising as to when decisions need to be made. So that way we have an idea, we can discuss tonight with understanding that we don't have to decide tonight, but still keep in mind we have to decide by some point in the near future.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So Kate's correct in the fact that tonight we really intended this to be an informational session. You are correct, Councilor Alley, that we do have a tight schedule in front of us, but our schedule is built out where we're looking for a formal response early in January. So that gives this council some time to digest the information that we're presenting tonight, to be able to come back in the new year to make a decision.
Thank you for that clarification.
Go ahead.
This is not related to you, but I just want to make sure that we're clear on where the cameras are going tonight, because we've had a lot of discussion about when someone's speaking versus the council being on the camera. So what is your understanding of where the camera is at all times?
My understanding is that there's been no changes as of yet as to where the camera will be compared to how we've been running these meetings.
Okay. So
But we are working on a potential change, but I don't believe that's been implemented yet. That's my understanding.
I believe that.
I can tell you right now that if I had it on the podium, because we're set up a little bit differently than we normally are with, two full cables, it's on the podium right now. It's going to show the speakers back and then the council's forward. So if I put it just go to the podium, it's going to show her and then just the first three people. So I think the council chamber hall is the best way to go.
Thank you very much. I think that's fine for now, and if we want to make any changes, we can talk about it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, with that said, let's dive right in.
All right. Thank you. If we can go to the intro slide. Again, we talked a little bit about some of the other items we were reviewing today. One that I did not talk about is the Curtis Corner status update. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So currently Curtis Corner is still in schematic design. We actually just received a very brief update from Phil from Studio Jade to take a look at some early layouts of where we can design Curtis Corner to fit within our $11 million budget. That is the current path forward. We are designing the scope of work to fit within the budget. We've also assigned a $1.5 million design contingency that gives us a little bit of flexibility when the design comes in pricing-wise to make sure we're able to capture the scope that we need to capture. Moving into the finance piece of tonight, the construction budget was currently set at $116 million. That is just construction only. That does not include soft costs as far as professional fees, expenses, or owner's contingency that will be utilized during the construction period. Our schematic design estimates came in at $133 million. So we had quite a bit of a deficit there when we went into schematic design. Through the design review process and the estimate reconciliation process, we brought in 2 independent estimators to take a look at the drawings, provide their independent numbers. We reviewed them side by side. We're able to make quite a few adjustments to the design that were changes in efficiency more so than programmatic changes. And we were also able to adjust some of the design and estimating contingency that was held by Gilbane during their initial estimate, right-sized that based on great collaboration that SLAM, Studio Jade, and Gilbane have. So we were able to reduce $9.5 million out of the 133 that originally came in. We took a deeper dive, looked at some additional cost reduction strategies that we'll talk about tonight that equal $6.2 million. We've also been in discussion with the town and the Union Fire District for a potential additional reduction of about $500,000, which takes us down to 116.7. So current overage still at about just under 500,000, which we'll talk about with the additional funding opportunities as we get to the end of the presentation. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Phil Conti from Studio Jade, who has a very thorough update on where we stand with the feasibility of geothermal for the project.
Thank you, Kate. Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to be presenting a significant amount of technical information, but we're going to try to do it in a very simple way that is easy to understand. And I want to begin by at least bringing you up to speed. We did complete that geothermal test well. We have done the thermal conductivity tests and other tests. Our consultant has drafted their report and recommendation, and we're going to touch upon that as we go through. This discussion on geothermal has a couple different pathways. It touches a number of things, which is why I think it's important to start with what we all collectively understood as the goals of the project. If we are not aligned on what these goals are or were, then it's going to be difficult to really understand how we get to an end point. So we think that zero emission building and no fossil fuels is one of our project goals, which means that we're looking at a full electrification system for the heating and cooling, meaning we want to select the most value-added system as we look at the life cycle cost analysis, which considers the initial costs, operating costs, utility costs, maintenance costs, etc. We want to establish the lowest energy use intensity. So we're going to talk about what's called the EUI, which is the energy use intensity. How much energy is the building using? And that is a metric that's based on the size of the building. And we want to work towards a net zero building. So those were our project goals, and it's important. We're going to revisit this at the end of the presentation. The first part of zero emissions and full electrification is to select the systems that meet this criteria. And the two systems are a geothermal system with distributed heat pumps, or a heat pump chiller central plant. Now, both of them, no matter which one is selected, will have an alternative system that is used for large spaces, the cafeteria, and the auditorium, and the gyms. And we'll talk about why that is. There's also some site limitations that would dictate this, as well as the use patterns. How is this building going to be used? And you'll hear about how that impacts this significantly. So regarding the site limitations, when we originally were working with Haley and Aldrich, our geothermal consultant, they are also technical engineers, et cetera. We asked them, based upon a building that's 155,000 square feet, how much area would we need for a geothermal system? And at that point, we were making a number of assumptions, and we figured about maybe 40 wells that are spaced about 20 feet apart. After all of the analysis, after they did that test well, after they did achieve 800 feet, we didn't know if we'd make that or not. If we were to attempt to carry 80 to 100% of the load, although it would never be 100% because of these large volume spaces that want to be treated separately, based upon their analysis, we would need about 100 wells. Now, for 50% of the load for the heating and cooling, they're now suggesting after the analysis that we could do it in about 30 wells. In the estimate, we carried the 40 wells. In this report, they also are suggesting that these wells be spaced 25 feet apart as opposed to 20. If you look at the next slide, that block in purple would hold about almost 70 wells at about 20 feet. So that was our initial area for the geothermal system. We simply do not have the real estate for 80 wells. Additionally, our cost estimate, which you'll see later in the presentation, only carried the 40 wells. So if someone were to say, can we do all geothermal at South Kingstown High School, no matter what the cost was? At this point, we would say, no, we do not have enough real estate. If 20 years from now, you want to replace your system and go geothermal, then I'd say, yes, you could, because you'd have the whole hazard field to use for the well field. So, next slide. I want to talk about the other component to the system size, is use patterns. So, those large spaces that I mentioned, the auditorium, the cafeteria, the gymnasium, they are best served by individual dedicated systems or units because their occupancy schedule varies so much and the level of activity varies. These spaces may be used almost every evening. They may be used all day Saturday, all 3 spaces simultaneously. Maybe only one is used on Saturday. Maybe only one is used 3 nights a week. So the pattern of use really dictates that those large volume spaces should be served with individual systems and dedicated systems. That is a best practice. That is typically what is done in high schools. Next slide. So we developed 2 approaches. Approach 1 is the geothermal heat pump system, and that would be used for the educational core, classrooms, offices, and smaller spaces. And then a rooftop air-sourced heat pump that would be used for cafeteria, gymnasium, auditorium, and the other large spaces. So that is our approach number 1, are those 2 pieces. Next, approach number 2 utilizes a heat pump chiller central plant for the educational core, the classrooms, the offices, the smaller spaces, and again, a rooftop air source heat pump for the larger spaces, gym, cafeteria, and auditorium. Those are our 2 initial approaches right now. One thing that we should become familiar with is what's called the coefficient of performance. This is how we can measure how efficient a system can be. And what the COP does, which is the coefficient of performance, is it indicates how much energy can be moved for every unit of energy used. Now, we're not creating energy, we're moving energy. So when we look at the data, the geothermal heat pump system is approximately 3 to 5. And the higher the number indicates the greater efficiency. A heat pump chiller is 3 to 4. And a rooftop air source heat pump is approximately 3 to 5. Now, within the last 10 years alone, the gap between efficiencies of a geothermal system and these other systems, the heat pump chiller or the air source heat pump, has closed. The technology has come to those other types of systems that they are incredibly efficient. Geothermal 10, 20 years ago was significantly more efficient, but the technology has come along that now the gap for efficiency is closing. I just want to explain it. Yes?
Can you just go back and the slide approach 1 and approach 2 and just explain approach 2 again? I missed part of it.
Sure. So approach 2 is a heat pump chiller. It has a central plant. It is basically not the geothermal option. But both approaches have the same system for those larger spaces, which is appropriate for use and size. So it's critical to conduct a life cycle cost analysis where you assess the total cost of the system. That includes everything from the initial installation, service costs, preventive maintenance costs, utility costs, so that you understand at the end of 20 years, what was the cost of that system. So you'll see in our approach number one is the geothermal heat pump. That has a higher initial installation cost. It has a higher annual maintenance cost. It has a lower annual utility cost. And then it has its resulting life cycle cost. Do not attempt to multiply these numbers by 20 years or to use any type of linear calculation. It doesn't work that way. We do have the data to support this analysis. This is simply a summary. If you look at the heat pump chiller, it has a lower installation first cost, a lower annual maintenance cost, but a higher annual utility cost and the resulting life cycle cost over 20 years. This annual utility cost speaks to what I just mentioned, in that the gap is not that much greater any longer when it comes to the mechanical systems that are available for a new high school. So if you were to make a decision based on life cycle cost, and some municipalities and state agencies simply go by that, then they would say that we are almost required to use a heat pump chiller system because it has the lowest life cycle cost over 20 years. That's not a requirement here, just in some jurisdictions it is.
So, sorry, Phil, to interrupt you there. Going back to those numbers, the numbers you're saying there are for the 50% geothermal, like in the approach one that you're...
So if you recall, they both have, there are two pieces to both approaches.
Okay.
And the second piece to both approach is consistent in both of them. It's
The heat pump
same.
chiller in the grid right here.
No, it's
Oh.
the air-to-air, the air source heat pumps for the large spaces.
Gotcha.
That is
Okay.
consistent in both.
So that's not on
It's not
this
even a
chart.
factor in this.
Okay, thank you.
But-
Can-
So, go ahead. Sorry, Penny.
I just wanted to just ask if you could clarify the difference between geothermal and a chiller. I understand geothermal, we have to go down 800 feet, and we take the water up with a pump, and we push the water back down with another pump. That's a variable speed pump system that does that, but I don't really understand about the chiller. Doesn't that also go down deep in the ground too?
No.
or-
So I think I have a simple explanation for that. And it goes back to what I said about creating heat or creating energy. So everybody knows energy is heat. So we're talking about transferring heat. Geothermal essentially allows you to transfer that heat into the ground. An air-sourced heat pump, the heat pump chiller, transfers that heat into the air. So it's a heat transfer. Geothermal, you're transferring that heat into the ground, and you're going deep into the ground because of the temperature of the earth. Air-sourced heat pump chiller is transferring that heat into the air.
So that's just like a regular, like the new heat pumps, like the
Yes.
Mitsubishi? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
At a much larger, sophisticated scale. So, don't ask. I can certainly provide you with an engineer who could talk to you for hours about this if you're interested.
No, I
but-
just was having trouble understanding
Yeah.
how the chiller
No,
was
and
different
And
than
that's
the...
how he explained it to me, and I appreciated it, and that's why I wanted to explain it to you. We're transferring heat. You are either transferring heat to the earth, or you're transferring heat to the air, and then you're also extracting that heat. You're extracting that heat from the earth, or you're extracting that heat from the air.
But we need electricity no matter what
Oh,
to extract
all of it is electricity.
Right.
That was one of our goals, right? We are zero emission, no fossil fuel. This is full electrification regardless of the system you move forward with. And we're going to talk about how photovoltaics could be a part of that in a minute.
Good.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I believe I heard you say that the heat pump chiller will be on top of the building. Is that
It could
correct?
go on top of the building, it could go behind the building. It's a piece of equipment.
So when you say it is extracting the heat, does that chiller then convert it into the building to heat or
Yes,
cool the
in some
building?
very magical way to me, but it works.
Okay, all right. fair
And again,
enough.
we can back all of this up with a lot of
Isn't it
engineering.
like,
but-
just like our systems in here, that must be a heat pump, right?
Yes, but on a much larger,
Right.
robust,
But it's
technical.
like basically the same concept.
Yes, yes. You're all going to be experts pretty soon. Move on.
Is it possible for us to get a copy of this presentation?
Yes, I'm sure
La-
they have it.
later.
They will probably have it right now, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question after Councilwoman Bergner. Did you want to go first?
Thank you, that's really nice. Can you just put the approach 1 and 2 back up one more time? I want to look at it, and I don't care if people ask other questions, I'm just trying to study
Yeah,
something. Thank
That's
you.
fine.
Thank you.
So I will tell you that that second bullet is the same on both approaches, right? Where we have the rooftop air source heat pumps used for cafeteria, gymnasium, auditorium, and larger spaces. That is consistent on both approaches.
Is the annual utility cost based on current kilowatt hours or kilowatt prices or at the moment?
Then, of course, escalated and factored according to the program that we use over 20 years. So, in addition to this report, which you have, we will be providing the geotechnical report and we'll provide the backup to our life cycle cost analysis.
Sure, just because utility costs went up 33% in the past cycle, public utility cycle, so I just want to make sure that, you know, if you're looking at that, they will always be going up unless there is government intervention, so.
Yes, and what is important here is to look for the delta, right? What is the delta? Because if it goes up in one approach, it will go up in the other approach. So that just means, yes, utility costs may get higher. And what we're saying is that right now there's a tiny gap.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, I just want to go back to over here. The comment earlier about the geothermal taking up 50%. What would be the other 50% used?
Now let's, so
Maybe
don't
I'm
think of
confusing things?
50% of the building.
Okay.
Think of 50% of the load.
Okay.
The heating and cooling load.
And so where's
And
the other 50% going?
It's going into those large spaces that are serviced by that air source heat pump. The auditorium, the gymnasium, the cafeteria. Large
Okay.
spaces that we have at this level estimated to be about 50% of the load.
I see. So maybe I misunderstood because I thought it was 50% of what was left minus the large spaces. Like we're excluding large spaces, carte blanche, then we could go 100% geothermal would be 100 wells, and 50% geothermal would be 30 wells, whatever it is. But that left open to me like, well, okay, we're already taking care of the large spaces, and now you're telling me 50% of the rest could be handled by geothermal. But am I misunderstanding that?
Oh, you figured that out? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I think what we're showing you is that the site restrictions allow us at a maximum to only handle 50% of the load by geothermal. So only 50% of the load can be handled either by geothermal or by a heat pump chiller. The other spaces, regardless of which one you select, the load has to be carried by something other than geothermal.
Okay, and we're saying, for purposes of this, the large spaces account for that 50%. That's not going to be covered by the geothermal.
10-4.
But and your recommendation is even if we could go to your point, like maybe build more wells in the future, best practice would be to keep those large spaces on a separate heating system versus the geothermal. Is that?
So we have done projects where you can do those large spaces with geothermal. But then we're going to start talking about some very technical things that are probably outside my lane and really outside this project.
I just want to fully understand the scope of what we're talking about here and what the downstream impacts would be. So I appreciate the clarifications.
Go ahead. Yep.
So I have another question, and I promise I won't give another math lesson.
Thank you.
The approach 1 and approach 2, I just want to make sure that I think I understand it clearly. I'm not going to give a lesson on it. I think I understand it clearly, but I want to make sure. The only difference between those two is that the educational core, classrooms, offices, blah, 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 in approach 1 are being handled by the geothermal pump, and in approach 2, they're being handled by the pump chiller.
Yes.
And that's the only difference.
That's the only difference.
So I was right. Thank you.
Now that we've gone through back and forth, it probably would have been better to have 1 and 2 on one slide and a table, because we're going to flip back and forth. But my question is following James's question. So is it, and I'm not a whatever engineer that designs heating systems, but is it not possible to do everything at the high school by rooftop air, right? Like you have to have, if say geothermal is not selected as a viable option for whatever reasons, is it required that we have to? Like, why is, like...
Sure, that's a great question, and I'll try to make it as simple as
Thank you.
possible. Those dedicated units for those large spaces serve those spaces with large ductwork. It would be terribly inefficient to try to run large ductwork into every classroom and all of those small spaces, and it would not be as efficient as having these two systems. And I don't want you to be scared and think that it's complicated by there's two systems. There are buildings that have dozens of systems in them. But I wanted to answer your question is it would not be efficient, and it would likely be very detrimental to the architecture of the building. Crazy things would happen.
I knew there had to be a reason why we had an A heating system and a B heating system at the same time. I just didn't know why.
That's a great question.
So, and then, I'll come back about that.
Good.
So I do have one sort of math-related question. And so as I recall, we needed 108 wells to achieve 100% of our needs. And so half of that is like 54, but I keep hearing that 30% or 30 wells will cover 50% of our needs, and so the math isn't mathing.
Yeah, and it's not linear. That's why we have reached out to specialized consultants to help us with this reporting, because it is not a linear projection, and that's why I don't want you to try to do the math that way.
Oh, okay, because that's really been sort of rolling around in my head for a couple of weeks.
Sure, yeah, no, it's hard to understand, but this gets into thermal fluid dynamics and all kinds of fascinating science.
Okay, I would invite you to come to my quantitative business analysis class, and at which time I will do modeling. This is not a linear model, it's some other sort of model.
So when you talk about multiple heating systems, right, and other schools have them, and I don't want to copy what we have now, but does the current high school have 2 heating systems, or is that part of the problem?
No, the current high school is a Frankenstein of systems.
I know. Oh, 3. Brian says there's 3. Sorry, there's 3 heating systems? Okay. And so some of them don't work all the time. That's the answer, right? No comment. We've had students come and tell us and dress and undress for each class in a demonstration. I don't know who that was. He was very funny.
Without going too far down this path, what is going to be very important for us is to understand, in talking to the administration, on the use patterns, so that we can provide the whole building control system that will allow you to turn the cafeteria on for a few more hours in the evening in the auditorium on a Saturday. Why that's critical is because if those parameters are not put in place, and if the owner does not follow those parameters, you will completely destroy any value or incentives and efficiencies. If someone lowers the temperature in the auditorium for just one specific reason, for an organization or a group, and then forgets that they did that, then that system is going to run in that for a while. And we'll talk with Brian and Chip and the administration on how best to organize the control system, but there will be a central control system that manages all of this.
Just to add to that also, an independent third party is hired to make sure that that system is working as designed. We don't take the architects and the engineers' word for it. We have an independent third party that makes sure that the system is running as designed. That's an important, that is not just good practice, it's a requirement of the Rhode Island Department of Education.
Is that the, like, commissioning fee that we're paying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the commissioning agent.
All right, continue on, Phil.
Yep, let's go on to the next slide.
Before you leave that slide, may I? So what's under, there's a pretty significant difference in the annual maintenance costs relative to the annual utility costs for each.
Sure, that's a great question.
And so how does,
So
what's inside that?
The software is modeling that over the 20 years, by year 5, you may lose a compressor, you may lose a motor. You will likely not spend $234,000 in year 1. However, in year 5, you may have a significant maintenance item, and you will want to have prepared for that expenditure. So that's why these annual maintenance costs are high. It's projecting that you're going to be making significant repairs or doing preventive maintenance at years 5, 10, 15, et cetera.
So that's disconcerting to hear that in 5 years. Do we have a warranty on any of the other?
Mm-hmm.
And it only goes, but you're anticipating based on actual past experience, right? Is what I'm assuming?
Yes, and it's not our personal experience, it would be
Right,
industry
the industry
experience.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not, it's nothing personal, just business. So,
I can tell you that there is not one owner that we've worked with that anticipates these annual maintenance costs, right? Because this is just for one piece of equipment. You would be doing this for every major piece of equipment you have? Likely not. But in terms of best practice, there is maintenance on these systems that you should be prepared for. Now, it may be less because you may do it in-house and you may just be paying for material, filters and belts, stuff like that. But there may be, major breakdowns at years 10, 15.
Are there any geothermal service technicians in our area? I'm just wondering about that, the maintenance, how we would...
The maintenance cost for a geothermal heat pump system it's accessible. It's the pumps. There's really not too many moving parts or mechanical pieces within the 800-foot wells. That is just pipe. All of those pipes are brought up into the building through pumps. So
I was sort of looking over the last couple of weeks, trying to find, just if we needed a service person. I just want to make sure that would be easy.
Yeah, I would say that the service for a geothermal heat pump system is not so specialized that a plumber or mechanical contractor familiar with how pumps operate, which there are pumps in almost you have multiple pumps in your high school now, so they can be serviced. There is not a specialty service provider that you would have to go find.
I just want to go back to the annual maintenance cost idea, just making sure I understand it. So it's the average annual maintenance cost. So some years could be 0, like year 1, and year 6 could be $500,000, correct?
Could be, yes.
Right. So you average it out, the maintenance for 20 years is like $4 million. Is that, I'm not a good multiplier in the air. Mr. Accountant? 4 million, 4 plus million? Yeah, okay. So it's just an average. So the people over here on the left, Ryan, he knows, right? He's thinking, I've got a budget, whatever, because year 0, you still have to budget whatever, 50,000 or whatever it is, Steve, whatever it is. Okay. Seems like a lot. Seems crazy, but.
Well, like I said, we have not seen any owner budget for these amounts. This is just industry best practice on what happens across the country.
So with any mechanical system, you have maintenance costs. You have to have a maintenance contract. People have to service your systems to make sure they're in fine working order. But more importantly, also as a requirement of the warranties, you will buy warranties with this work. I believe they're specified usually around 2 years. 2 years. So their first 2 years, there is none, but you still have to have a maintenance contract. People still have to come out and maintain your system. So that will be built into the operating budget. If there is a larger issue, that would have to be planned for as probably a capital project down the line with a shifting of school department funds.
So in order for us to get the geothermal, I just want to get down to the bottom line, the figures that were discussed in the last meeting. Was it like $2.8 million difference in adding this, which would be something that would cause us to, in effect, use our contingency to cover these costs?
So if we're going down to brass tacks, it's, yes, $2,846,700 is what we've anticipated. That's much further along in the presentation. We were planning on getting through this presentation, and then it's the first value management item that we'd like to be talking about with the group. However, at this point, it would require funding to be injected into the project to cover that $2.8 million. We don't feel comfortable in releasing contingency for the many reasons that I've spoken to this group about previously, about why it's important at the beginning of the project to manage your contingency very closely. And as you move through the project, you can release contingency back in. But at the very beginning of a project, because of all the unknowns, we haven't dug our foundations yet, steel.
I agree with you completely. So can we bring it to a vote, or is it premature?
Well, this presentation's not done.
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch base on.
I'd like you to sort of get through it, allow us to ask some more questions. We've kind of got stuck on this presentation slide here, but I do want to give you an opportunity to finish it. I have a lot of questions as well, but let's get through this and then open it up for more discussion.
I will go through it briskly. If you're interested in the energy use intensity, right? How much energy is the building going to be using, and how is this a high-performance building? I want you to look at these factors. There are many factors that influence the building's performance. Only one of them is mechanical systems. There are so many other things that we're working with SLAM on to make a high-performance building envelope, the wall-to-window ratio, air and vapor infiltration. All of those things, highly technical, incorporated into our design, that help reduce our energy use and create a high-performance building. Next slide. So what is the net zero building target? The EUI for this climate zone, South Kingstown, is 19.1. All right? 19.1 would be considered a net zero building target in this climate. The national median in 2024 for K-12 schools is 48.5. Our schematic design target is 25 to 28. So we are well below the national median. And as I just indicated through those factors, there are other criteria that could help us dial down this number as much as possible. Next slide. So the schematic design EUI that I just mentioned, right? It is subject to change. We are at the very beginnings of this building, right? You're going to talk about some spaces that may change the shape and size of the building. So We may end up being lower, but we really can't prove that to you, even though we will do some energy models until the building is complete and operational, because how the building is used will impact its energy use. And our target has not assumed any photovoltaic resources, right? So if we were to add photovoltaics, that would drive our EUI even lower.
Can we just make sure everybody understands photovoltaics, solar panels?
Solar panels, also known as PV, in case you see that acronym come up. Next slide. So what are those alternatives to lowering the EUI, if that is the focus of South Kingstown? Well, photovoltaics, solar panels. Fortunately for you all, Northeast CHIPS already requires us to be PV ready. So what does that mean? That means in the design that we are working on now, we have the structural accommodations in place for solar panels. We will make sure that we have a minimum of 65% of the roof area clear, so that if there is rooftop equipment, we are strategically locating it. We can make accommodations for site PV. Maybe a few years from now, you could find a grant for a carport. We'd want to make sure that the infrastructure, and we have to make sure the infrastructure is in place, such as making sure the electrical room is sized properly for future inverters. Make sure that we have penetrations either through the roof or out into the site. In addition to that, I go back to what we talked about. The building design and user decisions on how it's used can help us drive that EUI down. Next slide. So does RIDE have a required EUI? So none specifically published, although there are certainly a number of opinions out there, and we know what the expectation is, and we can target them. We do have to be less than 40 for some Northeast CHIPS points, which we are on track to be. RIDE does have the green building reimbursement incentives, and I cite the legislation that includes those criterias, which is 4.13.2, and I want to be very clear here, energy and water efficiency incentives, all right? This says that both energy and water use needs to be reduced. So if we go to the next slide, you see that they would offer 2 additional reimbursement points if you're 30% better than code, 3 additional reimbursement points if you're 40% better than code, and 4 additional points if you're 50% better than code. Now this is for both energy and water. Next slide. So what is the opportunity for us to achieve this? Although a 30% reduction in energy may be feasible, a 30% reduction in water use would require a gray water system or rainwater collection system. I will explain what that is, but it comes at a significant additional initial cost that was not estimated currently. And there is an incredible amount of maintenance and operational costs. What RIDE wants to do is to get to 30% better than code, even after doing all of the high efficiency fixtures and the low flow components. We end up at about 24, 25%. That's as far as we could go, unless you introduce one or these other options. So a gray water system basically takes the wastewater from sinks and showers and laundry machines, collects it, filters it, chlorinates it, sanitizes it, and then redistributes it through the building to flush toilets. Imagine running just an extra set of pipes through every plumbing fixture you have. I'm not saying we're doubling the price of plumbing, but imagine running another pipe to every fixture. We have not been successful in moving anybody through this approach. In fact, we are aware, not locally, but aware of a large project where they did this for LEED accreditation and then abandoned it within 2 years. This is a serious operation in terms of maintenance because you are now dealing with wastewater that needs to be chlorinated, needs to be used. You cannot discharge it. I'm sure RIDEM would have input, South Kingstown would have some input. I am not aware of any. I'd be interested to know if URI has pursued this. This is a significant investment. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. This was a little gray area for a long time. You may recall during stage 2 that we said we may be able to grab a couple points. I'm here to tell you, unfortunately, that is not the case, unless it is funded. And I'm certainly happy to answer questions of what that is. But we can talk about what that would look like as we go through this. Next slide is your incentive bonus points. So right now we're at 17.5, which is half of your base points, and you are eligible up to those 4 additional green building points that we just talked about. But it's important, per Rhode Island general law here, that no district can receive more than 20. So at the end of the day, no matter what you did, the maximum reimbursement you would get is up to 55. And if you recall, during the stage 2, we may have promoted trying to get to 52, grabbing those first 2 points. Next slide. This is where I think you stand today. Health and safety 5, educational enhancements 5, increased utilization or replacement. You don't get both of them, so you get 1, 5. That's 15. 15 plus your base brings you to 50. I think that is where you're going to end. Unless you decide to go to the next slide, do this. Basically, South Kingstown may only be eligible to achieve additional green building reimbursement with additional funds allocated to the following: gray water, rainwater collection system, and the geothermal system. As Chris mentioned, the geothermal system right now is valued at about 2.8. Let's look at this in simple math. Let's say you were able to get those extra 2 reimbursement points. That would be about 2.3 million. That's already not enough to do geothermal. And I've just dumped on you a significant component, which is easily into the high hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not the millions, and comes with a completely different operating system and approach. That's the gray water, yes. So next slide, and I'm almost at the end here. Let's go back to our project goals. And if we try to make a simplified checklist between the geothermal system and a central plant, the heat pump chiller system. The heat pump chiller system checks all the boxes. The one being that it is the most value-added system because it gives you an opportunity for future photovoltaics. So does geothermal. But we talked earlier about the importance of making a decision. Some of these decisions that you may consider and talk about have permanent ramifications, right? We want you to make the most prudent, permanent decisions. If you go to the next slide, we sort of have some observations and a recommendation. Our recommendation would be to move forward with the central plant approach and then pivot to the renewable focus on photovoltaics, solar panels, to lower that EUI, because you will have the entire length of the project and then some to investigate solar grants, solar initiatives. We're making sure you're PV ready. That is how you can lower your energy use index. So those that are passionate about geothermal systems, my advice and encouragement would be let's pivot to something that may have more value added in the future. Lastly, I want to make sure you know this. So that geothermal test well, you could say, well, Phil, that's great. I just threw $90,000 in a hole. That's not true. It's not true. Number one, that study had to have been done. There's no way a system could even be engineered. You would be guessing. It was very valuable in understanding were we able to do it and what are the results. So it was positive. If, and I don't want you to, but if you went back to that slide where we did the test well, that is right next to where we're planning for construction tech. So what we would do is use that geothermal test well, use that one well, and that would heat and cool a portion of that area. We could put gauges and valves. The students could monitor the temperatures. That test well will function. It will operate a heating and cooling component. It's a teaching tool. It's something that I think is a great idea. So that certainly lowers the load, the heat and cooling load on the rest of the building if we use that one well for that little area. So that concludes the presentation. The next slide you see is the first value engineering initiative for your consideration or discussion. I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, Phil, before you go, we'd like to talk a little bit further about this. I got a few questions, but does anyone else have questions they want to jump in on? Can you take us back to the 20-year life cycle slide? Now, obviously, you can look at this and see that there's about a 1.6 to 1.7 million difference over the 20-year life approach 1 versus approach 2, which naturally financially tends to take us to approach 2 as it's cheaper over the life. But you also said that there's these opportunities for green building reimbursement incentives, which is not accounted for here, and also these energy and water efficiency incentives, which it seemed like you said was essentially not feasible. Now, I want to focus on these green building reimbursement incentives for a second. You said if we went geothermal, that would allow us to get 4 basis point increase in the amount of reimbursement?
No, I want to be clear.
Okay.
Our assumption is if you go geothermal, you could achieve the 30% reduction, which is 2 additional points. We do not, unless you were to introduce yet another system, we don't see you being 40% better than code. We don't see you being 50% better than code unless you...
So these here, this slide, that's the energy and water efficiency incentives. I'm talking about the green building incentives.
That's those.
That's these.
That's
okay.
these, yes.
Okay.
They're not 2. It's one thing.
Oh, one thing. Okay. You mentioned that if we were to reach these incentives, we get 2.3 million, which would not make up for the 2.8 million that the geothermal would cost initially. How do you get to that 2.8? Because when you go back to the life cycle slide here, we look at the installation initial cost. I mean, the difference between the two is about 1.6 million. So where do you get the 2.8?
I get the 2.8 from the value engineering item that we have created.
Again,
right here.
It's not a linear calculation. If we had the engineer here to explain it a little bit, we have Gilbane, our builder here. This is their estimate for this work.
So what does the 2.8 million represent? Can you just explain that to me simply?
So Mark, let me try first and then see. Essentially, at this level, schematic design, the delta between these systems is really the well field.
And the delta,
drilling of
what
the
does
wells.
that mean? Can you explain what that is? Is that like a
The
change?
cost,
The variance?
The cost to drill all of those wells and pipe all of those wells. For all intent and purpose, let's assume that the equipment inside the building is the same. The difference between the two systems is essentially the drilling of the wells and all of the piping associated with that.
And is that accounted for in that initial cost there or no?
So I'll also add that the cost estimate was based off of 40 wells. The feasibility study that was done afterwards is based on 30 wells. So you may be seeing a cost delta between the 40 and the 30 in the initial cost. But essentially, the cost between initial cost for geothermal versus the heat pump chiller is going to be the value that's saved. So the numbers may not align because this is based on the 30 wells for the feasibility study versus what was held in the schematic design estimate specifically.
Okay. So that 2.8 million represents the difference of some sort of costs related to geothermal that we'd incur in addition, as opposed to if we then approach 2. Is that correct? Do I understand this?
Yes, and Kathy pointed out to me that really that estimate value of cost reduction of 2.8 is not related to these numbers. These numbers talk about the performance of the system, which really focuses on the difference between the numbers, not the actual numbers. So, for example, this was all done on computer modeling software to come up with the life cycle cost over 20 years. This 2.8 is based on the cost estimating, the reconciliation that the design team and Gilbane and Left Field have done with our third-party cost estimator.
And that naturally, to me, sounds like it would be accounted for in the initial costs, but I guess that's not the case.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Phil, can you get that? If I heard you correctly, the extra points that we would get for reimbursement if we upped the efficiency to 30% above code would be 2 points?
Yes, it's 2 points for 30%, 3 points for 40%, and 4 points for 50%.
But the only one that's practical, if I heard you correctly, is the 30.
Yes.
We're not going to get up to the 40.
Yes, unless we start introducing yet another system. But I want to remind everybody of why we're here. We're presenting to you a project that we're already trying to scale back.
Right. What I'm trying to figure out is essentially how many dollars are we chasing? What is that 2%, the extra 2? Because we've got the 50%. To go up to 52, what would that get us in dollars?
The additional reimbursement, 2% of the $117 million that is in the MOA eligible for reimbursement, is about $2.3 million. So that extra $2.3 million, how are you spending that? We're telling you that the geothermal is $2.8 million.
That's
so
my point.
You're not even covering the geothermal. And as I said, I just unloaded on you this entire gray water system component, which hasn't been considered at all.
And I also want to make this point, is we absolutely confirmed this reimbursement scheme with the Rhode Island Department of Education before we put this presentation together. Because there was a little bit of misinformation floating around that he just needed the energy, he didn't need the water. We have it in writing from the Rhode Island Department of Education that you need both energy and water consumption in order to qualify for these bonus points.
So, I really appreciate all of the work that you've done with the computer modeling and stuff, but the thing that's really keeping me awake, worried about, is if we're going to be dependent on any kind of assistance as far as grants for anything like solar panels. I'm very concerned about potential tariffs on the cost of the project. So those are the things that I'm really acutely concerned about right now. And I don't know I don't think anything that we're discussing so far is outside of the scope that is in our ride's control to give us these things, but I mean, that is a big, giant thing that's sort of hanging over us, I think.
So Counselor, you just put on another excellent reason why Left Field, as your owner's project manager, does not feel comfortable releasing the millions of dollars that we have in owner's contingency to fund additional scope for this project.
Thank you.
The request would be to fund the work up front. If we have contingency left over at the end of the project, that's great in terms of being able to pay back whatever that outlay is, but we do not feel comfortable with potential tariffs of releasing any owner's contingency
I
to fund
agree with you
additional scope.
100%. That's the only sensible way, I think.
Phil, I got another question for you. With respect to the geothermal, I've heard it in discussion. We haven't heard it tonight, though. Is there potential, as the laws are written today, to achieve federal tax credits if we pursue down a geothermal route?
So thank you for asking that question. So myself, as well as Brian and Luke Murray, we met with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. They've been spearheading some of these programs. Our team in Massachusetts also has been trying to take advantage of these programs. I can tell you that they are incredibly difficult to achieve, and the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank is not bullish on any of these federal funding initiatives being carried forward after January 20th.
Okay, and some in specific relate to the Inflation Reduction Act?
So because the difference, I'll try to, you're a lawyer, you might say this better than I will, but just because something has made it into a law does not mean that it's funded. That there's a key difference there. Just because something's been passed into law does not mean that it's funded as part of a congressional budget. That's where a potential change in priorities might reduce the amount of federal funding available for some of these reimbursement projects. And they have additional requirements as well. In order to qualify for the Infrastructure Act, you have to buy all of your steel, buy American steel. Buying American steel on this project would outlay millions of dollars instead of getting our steel from Canada. There's a bunch of different things, the caveats that when you take federal funding, your project now has to adhere to, which adds significant cost to projects.
All right, so it makes it too difficult to achieve, especially in light of the skepticism that it may not be funded as well as it may be repealed by this upcoming Congress.
I think I wouldn't use the word repeal. I would use underfunded would be the word that I would use right now in this setting.
All right. Any other questions on this issue? Go ahead.
A few months back, we had a presentation by a lovely person who, yes, what was the name of that company? It's like a nonprofit.
Undaunted, yeah.
Undaunted K-12. And they were very compelling about the possibilities of this. And now it feels like it's not really a possibility, correct? Am I missing something?
I wouldn't base your decision on thinking that you're going to, on a guarantee that you're going to get funding from the federal government. I wouldn't want you to say, we're going to spend $3 million. If you're going to spend $3 million on the system, you need to own that it's a $3 million outlay that you're going to spend on this project, not $3 million that we could potentially get back in 6 years. That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
These projects, we will go after whatever you tell us to go after.
Mm-hmm.
We'll bring Undaunted on, but I don't want you to spend $3 million today thinking that $3 million is 100% guaranteed to come back to you.
Okay, and then solar, PV?
So solar is a great example of the photovoltaics are a great example of something that you can buy at the end of this project when we look at our contingency on the back end. We do not need to buy the solar voltaics now. The building is being designed for solar readiness as part of the Northeast Collaborative for High Performing Schools. That's something that is an easier add back in when we've gotten through our ground, we've gotten through our soils, we've gotten our foundations in the building, we've gotten our steel up, our building is closed in. A lot of those reasons that we are holding money, those assumptions that we're carrying go away. That's a great opportunity. And I've worked on many projects with SLAM where when we get to a certain point of a project, we come back to this committee and say, we're not going to spend all of this contingency. Here are 15 different ways that we can use it.
Okay, so that is a very attractive thought. You're nodding, Patty, good. So I think that makes a lot more sense. I just want to say it as simply as I can for anyone who's listening. So we may add solar when we realize we've completed a certain portion of the project and we may have additional funds, and that kind of makes sense to add that then, because it does add efficiency and value and cost savings to the schools, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Eventually, we'll probably get more incentives for solar somewhere maybe 4 years down the road, maybe, but I feel hopeful. So what would the system be like if we just went conventional?
It's approach 2, right?
So is it going to involve the cold chiller loop, or is it going to tell us can you tell us what that's going to be like? Or I know there's the gentleman here from Gilbane as well. if we can just talk about what our other options are as far as heating the building for like the amount of money that we have to spend.
Sure. So, Mark, feel free to join me. I'll start with the large spaces that we talked about that will have rooftop units placed on top of them. Those are the most efficient and appropriate way to heat and cool large spaces. And that is the air source heat pumps up on the roof for these large spaces. That's pretty simple. I don't know. The only other alternative to rooftop units would be ones that are then fueled by fossil fuels. We're going all electric. So
I agree, yeah.
So you can do all of the spaces, the classrooms and the big spaces?
so hold on. So that's the large spaces.
Oh, sorry.
Right? And then for the educational pieces, the classrooms, the smaller spaces, we would use the heat pump chiller and circulate water to little fan coil units within
Like
each room.
those? Okay.
Yeah.
And would the teachers be, or how many control units would there be for?
So that will be a much greater discussion on
Okay.
how how the system operates. That goes back to what we talked about. What are those decisions on user patterns and how it will function?
Okay, thank you.
We'll want to do it efficiently. Dan, I think
No,
that's
I
pretty
think that, yeah, I think that sums it up.
Okay. Sorry, so it sounds like it'll just be something that we're all familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Utilized everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
And to
Phil.
remind- just to remind the group, as Kate said at the beginning of the meeting, this is something that obviously a lot of people are very passionate about, both on the committee and in the public. And a decision does not need to be made before we adjourn today, but it does need to be made quickly within the first couple weeks of January. So if you do need to sit with this, talk to your constituents, figure out if this is the path forward that you want to take, we would welcome that and we would encourage that. To this group here, we can build you a school with geothermal, we can build you a school without geothermal. I think it's up to this body to decide whether or not that outlay is possible, and I think that's a decision that can't probably be reached right away, or maybe it can, but I'd want to make sure that you knew that we weren't putting pressure on you to make a decision in the next 5 minutes about this system.
If I can ask a couple more questions, Phil, to maybe put this to bed. Your analysis for the geothermal is based on one test well drilled.
Mm-hmm.
And if you implement it, you're looking at 30 or 40?
Correct. 30.
30, okay. If we moved ahead with it, and if we went and did 30 wells, is it also possible that you may run into problems doing the other 29 wells?
It's always possible, but there's an anticipation that the composition of the earth going down 800 feet is going to be
the same
generally similar within
throughout the
25
site.
feet.
Okay.
It's in a large area.
Are there any other school systems that use a geothermal system now that you know of?
In Rhode Island?
Rhode Island?
Where?
Rhode Island, the Met is the only one that really has one, and in Massachusetts, they're building several. Brookline is an example of one that left field's doing 3 right now up in Massachusetts.
Medfield? Is
The
that what you
Met.
said?
No.
And there's one in Connecticut.
I didn't hear the names of the towns.
The Met High School. It's where in Providence.
Providence.
Yeah, it's in
Met-
Providence.
Met
I
Yeah,
think they have one well.
they have one. One.
One well?
Yeah.
One
Okay.
well.
We have built 200 well fields before.
Okay.
The geology plays a big part in how far apart, as Phil said, the wells need to be spaced. How much energy you can transfer within the well. It depends on the geology of the soils and things like that. So we have done them. We have the experience doing them. SLAM, Studio J, we have the experience doing them. It's the cost right now that we're asking a decision on.
So, a quick question on that, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Stuart.
Did I jump?
Yeah, you're right.
So when you said you did how many, 200, 300 other ones?
We've done, there's a
Well
school that we're finishing up in Massachusetts, a 200
Yeah.
well field.
So how does the geography and the climate and Rhode Island compare, given the testing and some of the schematics you have?
I'm a project manager. I'm not a geologist. I couldn't tell you about the levels of schist in the soil and the pisoline gaps, and I'm making up maybe these words I don't even know.
I'm not just talking about the digging. I don't mean just about the digging, but I mean in general.
It's the geology, where the bedrock
It's
is.
just the geology that affects.
Oh, but well, why they can do a 200 well field up in Mass? It's a completely different funding scheme up in Massachusetts than it is down here. So completely different funding scheme. So I won't get into the differences, but essentially that is something that they don't rely on bonus points the way that it's a whole different system. I don't even want to.
And one other question, and I'm new to the board, so I'm not 100% online with the details of some of the things, but are there, let's make believe, okay, we made a decision and we're moving forward, and God bless us all, it's going to get done in a timely fashion within budget. Are there incentives, disincentives for the project?
So
financially?
Yeah, as was
works?
mentioned here, Undaunted, as there's federal programs, there's the incentive program that's offered through the Rhode Island Department of Education, but there's caveats to all of these, and we can tell you that, one, you're not going to get that incentive from the Rhode Island Department of Education unless you add a gray water system, which is going to be prohibitively expensive. And what we're saying is that you might be able to qualify for these federal reimbursements, but nothing is guaranteed with these federal reimbursements. And we don't want you to make a cash outlay thinking that you're going to get that $3 million back, because it will have a tax impact. So we don't want you to.
And how about for the people doing the project?
For us?
Yeah.
Will we make any more money or less money? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm just wondering, I've done some projects at a much smaller.
I'll tell you, we would all love for this to be geothermal. It'd be an achievement. But just to be flatly out, we all would love for this to be the first public high school in Rhode Island to be funded, to partially be heated and cooled with geothermal technology. I can tell you where it would have a detriment to this project if the decision is not made quickly and we have to hold up our design while a decision is made. That could be a potential detriment to this project.
Can I?
Deb, go ahead.
Mine is very simple. At the end of everyone's questions, could we just make sure there's no one in the audience who would like to ask a question while the people are here? Because the passionate people about geothermal may be here and have a burning question.
So,
Paula, go ahead.
Thank you. So, why I hear you saying there's no pressure on anyone to make this decision tonight, and that the decision would fall on the town council as well as the school committee?
Just on the town council.
Just the town council, okay. So that said, I want to be clear of what is your recommendation. Because you're giving us a presentation. You're telling us that the ins and outs of this presentation, you're telling us there's no pressure for the town to make a decision, but I'm curious to know, what is the recommendation?
The recommendation is based on how much you want to spend.
Can you go back one slide and go through the checklist?
Sure.
This checklist, and then step forward?
Sure. So, to help you make the decision without emotion, I went back to what our project goals were. And looking at the two approaches, could we simply say this satisfies that requirement? When I go through that, the only one that is different is select the most value-added system, and that is based on the life cycle cost analysis that shows over 20 years the central plant system is the most cost-effective. That was enough for me and for many different municipalities to say that is the position we take, and that's what we're moving forward with. The next slide is my recommendation, right? My recommendation is to move forward with the central plant approach and then to pivot that intent, passion on renewables to how can we use photovoltaics to lower our energy use. The benefit of that is that you have the length of time of the project to see how things are financially working out for you, to see if there are other solar grants that come up in 2 to 3 years. you are inherently PV ready for photovoltaics. And earlier in the presentation, I said there really wasn't much of a difference in terms of efficiencies anymore between geothermal and these other technologies.
The only thing I just want to reiterate what Phil said is that we're showing you facts and figures and data. Metaphysical questions about global warming and about the impact of energy usage, and that's taken out of this presentation. We're showing you data that we've collected. That's what this presentation is about.
Right, and we do, you know, as much as we may love the idea, we do have to make sound financial decisions. And so with that in mind, if we do make this decision tonight, does that provide any benefit to you guys as far as getting the work done and getting the materials pre-ordered so that we don't have to worry about tariffs?
Over Christmas holiday, probably not. Yeah. I wouldn't expect a lot of work to get done on the supply side over the Christmas break, or over the holiday break, excuse me.
So when is the next time we meet after the first of the year then?
Our next meeting is January 13th.
Yeah, so that's 7 days before the new administration takes over. So if we made the decision tonight, then you could work on that.
I'm happy to decide tonight. I feel like we can make a decision tonight.
You feel like we can or we can't?
Well,
We can.
first off, I
Okay,
don't feel
good.
comfortable taking a vote tonight because we haven't advertised a vote on the agenda with respect to this, so I don't think we should take a vote. I'm certainly, I think all of us, as I can tell from the discussion tonight, are in support of option 2 there, which does not include a path toward geothermal. I just don't think we should vote tonight. We haven't advertised as such. Our attorney is not here, and I just don't think we should go down that route.
Also, I just want to point out there's another joint committee, school committee and town council meeting on June 7th. I know it's budget related, but so is this one.
January
So
7th. Well, that's fine. I just was curious because if we don't authorize the 2.8 million, they can't go in that direction. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I hear what you're saying. You might not want to take a vote, and it seems like there might be a majority that says don't pursue geothermal, but if we don't fund the geothermal option, they're not going to plan for geothermal.
So I think you get an indication as to how we're going to vote. So maybe you can make preparations toward that effect, and then at our next most upcoming meeting, we can take a vote.
Well, or a non-vote. Because if we don't vote, they can just, we're not funding that incentive, that direction. I don't know.
I'm assuming, Kate, that by the conversation, the architects, engineers, and project managers and construction managers understand the direction that they could go in without a vote.
Yes, and I'll tell you, the mechanical design will follow the architectural design. So there, further on in the presentation, are more conversations related to the architectural design, which will be worked on first. These guys aren't going to develop their mechanical plans until the floor plans are finalized.
That makes sense. Is there any-
Kate, as Chair of School Building Committee, are you guys looking for affirmative, explicit vote as it relates to these cost-saving strategies from the town council?
We want a direction.
Okay,
We
just
want a clear
direction.
direction for our architect, specifically, quite frankly, to SLAM, to Kathy and her team, so that they can put pen to paper and really move forward, because every day matters in order for us to hit our timelines. So, yes, but we also didn't want to come in here and say, you need to vote tonight, because that's a lot of information that was shared, and for you guys to be able to absorb it. However, if you guys give a clear direction to the team, they can work accordingly.
All right, I mean, I'm open to giving clear direction, and then at the subsequent meeting, have an explicit vote, which sort of codifies, or not codify, but affirms our discussions here tonight. I feel more comfortable with that. But we do have a lot more to discuss tonight, and I want to allow you guys to get to it.
Yes, we do. Yes. All right. So again, looking at cost estimates for the geothermal to move from the geothermal system from option 1 to option 2, we're looking at a $2.8 million savings to the cost estimate. Again, this is based on 40 wells. The system was estimated before the feasibility study and the test well was completed. So this is based on the 40 wells. We want to move on to the next. One of the other items that is currently being explored is the potential use of above-ground storm retention ponds instead of 100% underground storm detention systems. So that is still being studied as the site is being developed. About the feasibility of it, the location of it. We're discussing the maintenance impacts of that as well, but it's a targeted savings that we're looking at. This number is based on a 50% reduction of the underground storm detention systems.
What does that mean? Does that mean there'll be a pond somewhere on that property?
No, it's not an actual pond. It's a depression filled with specific types of soils and plantings that help the water infiltrate into an underground system.
They're not designed to hold water for longer than 24 hours.
Okay.
If you have a significant storm event, you might see one, but they're actually quite lovely now, the way they design the native plants and things like that. But it's not a pond that's going to stay filled up. They're designed to get rid of that water as quickly as possible.
So I'm just going to repeat what you said. So it's not a pond, it's an attractive planting that's not
Yes.
designed to hold water for more than 24
Correct.
hours. You aren't on the microphone, Chris.
You have seen them in many places in town and anywhere you go. It
Okay.
looks like a depression filled with plants. It's not intended to be a pond. That's just what they're called.
It's not a depression filled with riprap.
Yeah, Chris, if you're going to speak, come up to the microphone, please.
Sorry, it's not like a depression filled with riprap or like giant stones or anything like that.
That's what I'm imagining, and I'm like, no. Okay, that sounds lovely with plants.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the school district would be in charge of maintenance of that?
I would defer to Brian on that, but I believe so. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Right. Yes. The next item that was explored was the deletion of the walking track above the gymnasium. This decision was considered with input from Mr. Pedroza and also the principal to look at how it impacts the program of the athletics program, of the PE program, potential behavioral interventions for an interior walking track. It was not essential to the operation of the school. It was deemed as a potential option. What that would do would be to eliminate the second floor above the gym, and it would actually bring down the fitness room onto the lower level. It solved some problems relating to where we were going to put wrestling mats, some storage. It becomes really a well-utilized multi-purpose space. I will caution, this is not the final layout. That was a big point of discussion at our building committee meeting. This is not the final layout. This is in concept where we would put in a multi-purpose fitness room that was directly adjacent to the gymnasium. So in removing that second floor, we're estimating a savings of $634,000 to the project. The next one is for consideration was the auditorium balcony. We do have a balcony above the auditorium that houses 162 seats. We did look at the cost savings to remove those seats, and a lot of conversation, particularly at the building committee meeting 2 weeks ago. There was concern for the reduction of the seats negatively impacting the overall community use, which was really a big selling point during the referenda, and that we wouldn't be maintaining truth to the approval of the project during the initial referenda period. So what we are looking at currently is a reduction to the second floor balcony that would retain the full amount of seats for the auditorium, but we'd look to remove either half a structural bay or a full structural bay to save cost on this option. The $544,000 savings that you see on the screen is to remove that second floor completely, the stair tower, elevator, bathroom support spaces, and seats as well.
So, Kate, do you have the estimated savings associated with reducing the balcony but keeping the same number of seats?
We do not. So SLAM has worked with their theatrical consultants to look at potentially reducing a half a bay. This is something that's very, very hot off the presses that's still under review
That's
at the
something
moment.
potentially that will be complete by tomorrow's school building committee meeting?
No. This ultimately is a direction for whether we want to remove the balcony, and if the answer is no, we will continue to pursue savings for reduction in the size of the balcony.
Okay.
So just some clarification on that. The direction from the school building committee, as you all, most of you were there, and hopefully would agree, is removing the auditorium balcony was a non-starter. It's like, we're not looking to reduce our number of seats down to the 546. And the direction has been given, which is why they're looking and looking at reducing and saving and kind of cost containing, but maintaining the fact that we would have the, I don't do math well on the fly either, the 162 plus 546,
700, I was at.
7 plus, to make sure that we're retaining the robustness of that auditorium space for community use as well as full school programmatic use, the whole 9 yards. So we wanted to be clear that once this came up, it was a pretty unanimous discussion to say that's not an option. We need to value engineer something else, and we'll be diligently working on that for us.
All right.
Yeah, I think that there should be a seat for, if there's 695 or 700 kids, I feel like everyone should get a seat, you know? That's inclusivity to me. So however you put, I have countertransference about balconies and watching all those teen movies where all that crazy stuff happens in the balcony. But yeah, so don't do the balcony.
I'm sure it'll be well monitored.
And, you know, I appreciate the theatrical experts that you have working on it, and we do have our own gentleman here, Mr. Muir, so this is a really important thing to our community, so we're not really, I agree with everything that Kate had to say on that.
Great.
I think I would say the committee at large is probably largely in agreement with that as well. We want to make sure we have an auditorium that seats all the kids that are going to our school and can serve as a dual purpose as a resource for the town as well. So keeping as many seats in there as possible should be a high priority.
And also giving an adequate space for the vibrant program that we have there.
Yes.
All right. Looking for a little more direction on this one? I'll just jump in.
At the moment, we'll move on to the next option if we want to get through. Do we want to get through the remaining options before we take them? Thank you. So the choral room was the next consideration. We had looked at it as a possible for what we call an ad alternate, which is something that could be added on if bidding were very advantageous and we had a lot of extra money left over. It was identified as a potential for an addition, if you will, that could be added on to the building. We did have some follow-up meetings. We had great feedback at the building committee meeting, and we did have follow-up meetings with the music department and the theater department to talk about the utilization of the choral room. We also engaged the educational planner on SLAM's team to talk about space utilization. This is a fully utilized space. It is appropriately sized based on the use of the space. The request was made for some additional storage, but the program was deemed by the educational team to be really a necessary space at the size it's currently shown.
Yes, our kids and our teachers won a Grammy with their work during COVID, so they really do a good job and deserve our support, I think.
So, Kate, just to clarify, the estimated savings here is associated with what exactly? The inclusion of this?
If we lobbed the whole room off of the building, we took it off completely. That's what that $600,000 represents.
So took it off, you mean remove it?
Yes.
Okay.
Remove that. Everything in blue would be removed from the floor plate of the building.
So I'm confused. So you said 5 minutes ago, the educational, it's the right space. Which is the right space, with the blue or without the blue?
So the option in front of you would be to remove that space. After all of the conversations that we have had, after this was put on the table as a potential option, the recommendation of the building committee I won't speak for Kate, but it's been made clear to us that this is an essential program and that they do not recommend approving this option.
So the school building committee had a robust conversation about this, inclusive of Chip and his music team and educational planners. And again, this was a situation where it's like, that's a non-starter, that's an essential program. Our music director and music teacher actually needs that in order to teach classes. It's not just for choral, it's for our guitar classes, it's for our piano instruction classes, it's for our chorus classes, it's used 8 periods a day, it would be used, excuse me. And so again, this was a scenario where it's like, yes, that would be a $600,000 savings in order to cost contain, but we're gonna have to find $600,000 somewhere else because that isn't essential and can't be removed. So the guidance was, X this, and let's find something else.
So there's no other choral room? This is the only
Correct.
space like this?
Correct.
It's not like we have band run 1 and 2?
Correct. Yeah, the option that you see on the screen would be to utilize the platform in the auditorium as choral space. We did talk with Mr. Muir, and that is not something that's where they're currently practicing, and that's not something that's successful for them as a program.
So you would like us to look for some other way to save $600,000? Understood.
I just want to echo, I think that it's really important that we do keep the choral room. The arts and music in South Kingstown are South Kingstown. And we have so many artists and musicians in this town that make a living. And if we want to continue to look down into the future and building a new South Kingstown High School that will grow in population, that will be the future education leader, then I think that we need to keep, keep these seats in the auditorium and keep the choral room. I'm not going to sit here and cut the arts. That's not going to be happening.
I think a super important point is it also leads to the goal is to retain our students and attract new students. Those two spaces get touched. We're losing our current students and we're not attracting new students in these particular programs, which are our powerhouse programs. So,
and Councilwoman Alley has been a great advocate for our CTE programs in South Kingstown High School, and RIDE has approved music CTE classes. And so I think that our choral room in our auditorium, it will be a critical factor in building that CTE program.
Yes, and this list that we pulled together is not necessarily a list of, we want these things to happen. It's a list of, we have a pretty big deficit to hit, and here are some ways we can solve it. And it's really been a great collaborative effort with the school committee, with the faculty, and to really help inform us and to help inform this group, who is the ultimate decision maker, of why we should or should not take some of these options.
Again, I believe I can speak for the school committee saying that we would all agree. We need to keep this space for our students going forward.
Yes. All right, so moving into the next option. This one's a little bit easier than cutting out wholesale programs out of the building. So the intention of this option was to really squeeze in the efficiency of the building. It's like putting a belt around it and tightening it up by reducing about 12 inches around the perimeter of the educational core of the building. And that's really shrinking classroom sizes a little bit out of the corridor, a little bit out of the workrooms and breakout spaces, and it's really squeezing everything in and making the spaces more efficient. So the floor plans we have are updated from our building committee presentations. Lam did a great job of pulling these together pretty quickly, of showing the potential furniture layouts and the reduced size classroom and lab spaces, to show how we would still fit the maximum class size that is allowed by the teachers' contracts, and how those spaces would then be laid out in the smaller footprint. I also know Brian and Chip are going through an exercise to kind of really feel those spaces in real time, to see if this option and the sizes that are being proposed are going to be sufficient for the way that they want to teach. The last thing we want to do is build a high school with classrooms that are too small and that are busting at the seams.
All right.
Right, and then yes.
Just to clarify, the 1 foot, that's 1 foot coming in from all four sides.
Correct.
Thank you. That's what I thought, but I just want
Just the educational core. Yes. And that would be $267,000 savings to the project.
Do you know what the square footage of the educational spaces is versus the whole square footage of the high school?
The goal square footage. I don't know, Kathy, if you have.
Or I said whole, did you say, you said
Oh.
goal?
You said whole square footage of the building or of the classrooms?
Well, the numerator and the denominator. So how much of the building is classroom space versus other space? Because when you reduce it by a foot in just that spot, what does it reduce it to?
I don't know what the
Sorry,
updated.
it's a whole lot of math, Michelle, and fractions.
Yes. Well, I will say, I know SLAM has not fully redesigned this building, so there are a lot of other areas that are being considered, whether it's the balcony, the reduction of the balcony, the redistribution of space on the first floor at the gym level. So I don't think they're prepared to give us an actual square footage. They have not yet redesigned the full floor plan without having formal direction, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
So she's asking what's the square footage of the educational core versus the rest of the building, like the percentage-wise? And if you can't answer that question tonight, maybe have it for the...
We were debating, it's probably about 50-50. It's about 50% of it is academic classroom space, and then because a lot of the other spaces are so big. So right off the top of our heads, that would be our guess, but we can get you actual data.
And it's about 160,000 square feet or smaller?
It will be smaller.
It will be smaller?
Yes.
Okay. That was the whole prior meeting years ago, percentages, people, square footage thing.
Yes.
Excuse me. You gave 100. Oh.
There you go.
155,000 square feet is what I heard in the beginning?
They're saying smaller, because I said 160 and they said smaller.
Yes, it's going, the final square footage will be dependent on the options that are accepted tonight. But it will be smaller than 160.
Are we deciding?
And 155, yes.
So we are not deciding on these options tonight, because
We just talked about that we're going to collaborate, engage in discussion to try to give some sort of direction if there's consensus amongst us, but then actually have a vote to affirm what we want at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk through, we can go back through each of these slides and I can tell you specifically the direction that the team is looking for on each of these to help structure the motion, if that's helpful.
Sure.
And we'll just go to the last option we have to talk about tonight, and that is related to the exterior of the building. So the direction we would be looking for is whether you want to maintain the building that we see in the rendering here. That's currently what is estimated. Or whether we have the architects revision the exterior of the building. We have received a lot of feedback, not just on the cost perspective, but also on the overall visuals of the exterior, and looking to redesign a building that is more in keeping with what was shown in the inspiration images, what was shown during the Stage 2 application, and the surrounding architecture. But within that, we are targeting about $1 million of savings. So it's kind of a win-win situation here. So we're going to reduce some of the glazing, which is the exterior glass on the building. We're going to increase the use of the brick veneer material. We are going to introduce a couple of alternative materials, including a ground face block. And we are going to remove the metal panel. You see a lot of those blue accents. We do have metal panel that will be coming out of the facade of the building. And we do have a few slightly pitched roofs that will be removed in favor of all flat roofs on the building. And that does also speak to the beneficial layout of our photovoltaics, our solar panels on the roof.
So what was the school building committee's take on this one here? Kate?
So can we go to the next slide real quick? So these were the 4 images that received the most affirmative feedback during this whole process that we've gone through. And so the guidance really was, we want to shoot closer to representing what the community envisioned when they voted. And so it really was, let's do the cost. Obviously, there's a huge cost savings with a lot of these changes, can pare us down by over $1 million and allow us to be a little bit more, honor a little bit more what the community had in mind when they made the vote.
So can you achieve the cost savings of the just over $1 million by getting to sort of one of these, which is what the community appeared to approve when it voted in favor of the
I
referendum?
will tell you, it won't have a tower. But yes, SLAM is targeting those cost savings that are much more in line with these visuals.
Okay.
So, but when you say reduce the glazing, you're reducing the windows, and most of these have stunning windows. So,
correct.
I feel like I was in the high school when we voted on the 50 or 60 designs to whittle it down to whatever it was. And those.
I will tell you, the current design has a significant amount of glass in it.
Okay.
A significant amount of glass.
Because that little
Yes.
tiny picture that you show,
Yes,
I've never
it's very
seen that
small.
ever, and no one has ever showed me any renderings, and we've
Okay.
asked multiple times for any sort of, and they're like, whatever you see is not what it's going to be.
Yes. What's on the design, and you're not seeing all of it from just that one picture. When you look through the schematic design documents, there is a significant amount of glazing, and the reduction of that can be achieved in a similar visual. We're not going to have floor to ceiling glass in every space. That's just going to be cost prohibitive, but it's the intent of these images that SLAM is looking to achieve. But daylighting is a very important part of this project, so please don't think it's going to be as dark as it is right now with the reduction of the glazing that we're proposing.
And the current design does have
Microphone.
Please speak into the microphone.
the current design does have a feature that is reminiscent of all of these images, a larger glass wall. However, that is in a more public-facing space near the cafeteria on the rear side of the building.
Okay.
You're looking at the front side of the building. From a safety perspective, if we're going to have all that glass, we'd rather not have it facing the street. We'd have it facing.
Understood.
And it provides that monumental visual impact that these glazing walls have as well.
I would like, and I don't know, I'm sorry, is it okay? No. I would like whatever images that you are sharing to be shared with us, because I have not seen any exterior anything other than whatever was on some promotions in May. So as the council, I think we would all like to see, even if you're going to move away from it a little bit, to see an iteration.
Yes, we're happy to share the presentation and the images that are associated with it.
But to be clear, though, these
Please speak into the microphone.
Sorry. We did show these images at the public community forum that we had, and they've been on the website for the last month as well.
Are you referring to the one that was at South Kingstown High School about
Yes.
a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Sorry, you can keep going.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I was there, Councilman Marin was there, a few people in the audience were there, and you went.
Very quickly through this slide, is that
Well,
is that
no.
the criticism? I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't going to say that. What I was going to say is you went slide by slide, you went floor by floor for each plan, and then you took questions from the audience. And now we're hearing that this is a cost estimated value of $1 million, but we would not have a tower anymore. Is that right?
There's not a tower currently in the design. I'm referencing image 43 when I say we won't have a tower. There's not a tower similar to that.
So it
image.
was the educational core that was we've referred to it as the educational tower. That is not going anywhere. She's referring to what looks like in 43 like a bell tower. It's not going to be like a big bell tower, but the educational tower is still going to be in existence. It's
I just want to use the right jargon that you're using, so.
Yep.
Yes, sorry for confusing that.
So when you're planning the building, when the architects are working on the building, it would be really awesome if we could keep in mind, the sun coming up and the sun going down, and using, some more old-fashioned ways to control how hot something gets with overhangs or, that sort of sensible design. So I'd really appreciate seeing that or learning about how you're going to include those things for us.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And that is a factor that Phil was talking about earlier with the UI, those shading structures and use of thermal glazing.
And I just want to echo that because sometimes it's only about a week per year that you're going to be facing these issues with the angle of the sun, right? In Providence, we have a few classrooms that get up to 108 degrees because the buildings were built in the 20s, right? And that's why we're replacing them. So I'm glad that you're looking into this and, for heat dispersion.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hearing about a lot of glass, and I was just wondering if there's consideration about, we have a lot of birds around, and is there consideration about certain types of reflected glass or things that they're putting into glass now? I see you nodding.
I'll use my words, not my gestures. Yeah, there's a variety of things now. There's called frit, which is like little spots or lines, and there are bird-friendly glazing. We've been using it a lot over the past 5-6 years. Once it was proven that the birds actually don't drive into it like they used to. So yeah, it's definitely, particularly when we have a taller component, a lot of bird activity up high.
And I just have to say, as a bird watcher, I greatly appreciate that comment and question.
All right, has this concluded the presentation?
This concludes the presentation. I'm happy to go back through and talk about, the direction that the team is looking for when this committee does reconvene in the new year. If that's helpful.
Sure, yeah, let's do that.
You want to go back up to geothermal? We'll start at the beginning and work our way down.
I think,
So the
maybe we'll just start with sort of voicing how we feel individually and see if we come to a consensus to sort of go from there. Again, we will not be taking a vote tonight,
Yes.
but if we sort of are on the same page as a majority, you'll have direction as to, prepare where to move forward, and then we can have a vote at our next meeting, whenever that is. We could add it to a work session just to sort of affirm where we are at here. My position is I'm sort of in agreement with the school building committee as to all these items. The balcony in the auditorium, I agree that you should.
Rory,
Yes.
do you just want to take, you don't want to violate the rules of conduct, so do you want to just put the items up and then give your opinion last?
Well, I mean, I'm just going to sort of finish because I'm almost done. All I'm going to say is that I agree with the school building committee in that we should make an effort to reduce the balcony, but not reduce the number of seats that are there. Hopefully that allows for some cost savings. We should keep the choral room, so that should sort of be off the table as far as a cost-saving strategy. Everything else, I'm in agreement with the school building committee as far as, pursuing. So that's where I stand.
So that was you giving your opinion on all the items, and you're supposed to go last. I don't think anyone disagrees with you, but I'm just trying to follow the process that we have, so you don't need to telegraph to the...
I mean, I think it's pretty clear we have a consensus, so I
Yep.
think that point is moot. But
we
if you
didn't- but-
disagree, then you can voice that.
Well, originally you said, we'll have us all talk about how we feel, then you'll see the consensus, and then you went first.
So all knows how I feel. So if any other member wants to voice how they feel, if they're in agreement, that's great. If not, feel free to voice it.
I'm in agreement with everything except reducing the size of the auditorium balcony. I'm really not keen on that. I don't like it because I think it's important that we keep the space. Otherwise, I'm fine.
Thank you for the cost reduction strategies, number one. The two that I can't see supporting are reducing the size of the auditorium, whether it's the seating size, what you wind up with in the balcony. I'm not an engineer either. But the choral room to me is essential too. That's part of our mission.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll keep it short. Thank you to the school building committee for working hard on this, and I'm glad that our school committee is here tonight so we can all be in the same room and have this conversation. And thank you for all of you for coming up here and spending your evening with us so we can make sure that this high school is built on time and on budget, right? It's critical that we honor the obligation that our town authorized us to do, right, which is to build a 21st century learning facility for the future of South Kingstown. I already said it, auditorium needs to fit all of our students plus. It's critical. It's not just for our students, it's for the town, right? And additionally, I said it already, but I'm a counselor that supports the arts. And that is, I went to school with a Tony winner, and Andrew Burnap. Good job, buddy. Another thing is, our music is setting the tone for lots of small businesses. We have Dude Man Bro, Guest Method. These are local bands that are businesses that create commerce by renting the restaurants and music spaces, by creating merchandise and creating sales. And all of that came from strong music programs. So getting rid of the choral room would, to me, be a mistake, and I'm glad that my colleagues agree with me. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
So I didn't see anything, so you skipped right over me.
Skipped right over you? Go ahead.
Okay. So I do, if you could go back, I personally think we should not explore geothermal. I think that makes sense to go the other way, and I love the idea of exploring solar in the future. So I'm fine with that. I like the idea of the outdoor retention pond. I think that makes sense, and I think we could probably, do some science education around that. I think environmental education is big in our town, so I think that's a win for maybe a learning opportunity. I do think that makes sense, getting rid of the track, because I think logistically and behaviorally I always worry. The balcony, my concern is we just have, if the high school is intended for 700 people, you figure out how to put those 700 seats together in the most efficient way, and I think that's fine. If the balcony is the balcony or not, whatever it is, I'm for making sure people have a seat. That's all. And then the choral room, I think we need that. I do think that the program speaks for itself. No words needed. It makes sense. I want to just go a little slowly as we reduce the size of the science labs, because I feel that we need to be cautious that we don't want the actual learning spaces in the science lab to be too small. So I'd like to hear from Chip and Brian about their real world testing, if it's logistically possible to have Brian's nodding. So before we go there, the exterior, that's I trust you as well. Whatever that ends up to be is fine. And then, what's the last one? Is that the last one?
That's the last one.
Yeah, so there you go. So I think we agree, but I think that it's important that we go cautiously with the classroom sizes.
So to me, it sounded like there wasn't unanimous consensus on the auditorium balcony. It seems like we're sort of split on whether to reduce the balcony but keep the same number of seats. I just want to be clear, that's what I supported. Hopefully there's some potential savings there, but allows the balcony to stay, just reduces it a little bit, but keeps the same number of seats that were there had we kept it. So that's what I sort of agree with there. Sounds like I think we have at least a majority there, but I'm not certain we have unanimous. So is everyone on board with that, or are we not on board with that?
I thought someone said the seats matter, it doesn't matter the configuration. So we're in agreement. We're on seats. We don't care if it's a balcony or not a balcony.
I would need to hear more about the balcony and its function before I want to get rid of that, because...
Well, it's not getting rid of the balcony, it's reducing it, but keeping the same number of seats had it stayed the same size.
The option that's shown on the screen would be the full removal. And if the council votes to not remove it, the team will pursue reducing it in size while retaining the program that's shown.
Wait, say that again?
I'm just not really clear on it, so I really don't understand it, so.
Yes, I apologize. Let me try and clarify a little bit the ask today and what's on the screen versus ultimately what we'll be asking for direction from this council on. So the $544,000 would be to completely remove the balcony and remove the 162 seats, which we have heard from multiple bodies that is not going to be supported. So we would need formal direction that that is not to be supported. If we receive that formal direction to keep the balcony, the design team will move forward with finding efficiencies within the balcony.
Okay, you got the direction from us all
Yes.
to keep the balcony.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
And make it efficient. Efficiency is great.
Yes.
Mostly I would say we don't also want to reduce the size. We also agree not to reduce 700 as
No,
the
we have
top.
to have
The
enough
seat count will
seats.
remain.
Yeah.
They'll be taking a look at the support spaces that are there, working with the theatrical consultants as to what areas behind the seats we can squeeze to make that area smaller.
All right.
All right?
I think you got clear direction.
Yes. So
Okay.
with that, we appreciate the direction. We'll wait to formalize the vote as is appropriate for, when it's on the agenda and the public.
Excellent.
But what we will need to talk about next is when we go back up to the overall cost savings, that would be if we were to accept all of that. It's if we're slashing classrooms, slashing choral, slashing all of that. So what we need to talk about next, without having the $6 million in savings, since there were several options we're not moving forward with, we do need to talk about how those options will be funded. So I do believe there's a follow-up presentation that discusses the use of PAYGO as well to look at some of these options that are in front of us.
And just to clarify, before we jump right into this, based on what we've all sort of intended as our direction forward, that $6 million now turns into $5 million? Because
I'd have to recalculate it, but
Okay.
it's going to be less than the $6 million that's shown on the screen by several million, because there were several options that were in the over $500,000 range that were not accepted.
it looks like there were only two that were about $500,000, which is about just over $1 million.
Well, the classroom labs.
That's 262, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'd have to recalculate what that actual number is, and the cost will be dependent on whether we're reducing the size of the balcony, how much we can reduce it by, and similar conversation with the classrooms as well. If we can reduce it by 12 inches, if it's reduced by 6 inches, those numbers will fluctuate. So I don't want to necessarily focus on a specific dollar value, but an overall range that we're looking at this point.
So I also think a little bit of clarification would be they'll continue to develop and design and continue to try to cost contain and maybe come to us with a new number.
Yes.
But what we're looking at right now will most likely be $500,000 overage.
Yeah, it was 500. It was about 500,000 if all of the VE was accepted. So we're now kind of closer to 1.5 to 2.
And so then the idea would be that's still an estimate, and we're still working to continue to tighten it.
Correct.
But if we can't, but these are non-negotiables that we want to include, because what we've done, we've worked very hard at removing the wants and focusing on the needs and the criticals. And so if that number is at the moment when we go into, tell me what DD is?
Design development.
Design development. We move from schematic design to design development in order to make sure that we are able to fund our project. If there is any sort of overage, do we have a buffer? And then that's where the PAYGO comes into play. And I think that's where Brian can explain a little bit better our line of thinking.
Good evening. So the first few slides of this presentation take you through some of the funding options available via RIB, Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, or the basically funding options available for geothermal. I'm thinking from what I'm reading from the room tonight, I can jump to PAYGO funds. Okay. So, pay-as-you-go offerings are available through the School Building Authority at the Rhode Island Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The town of South Kingston has been approved for $9,748,398 via this project. The approved PAYGO amount would be paid as a reimbursement of 35%, which is the base rate for South Kingston, on invoices submitted, which are required to equal $27,852,566. 35% of the $27 million, that's the $9.7 million that we'd be getting. So that's how you'd arrive at that. They would essentially, on the first $27 million that we pay, they would pay $35 out of every $100 invoice, essentially. PAYGO funding must be used on school facilities and projects approved by RIDE as part of the District Stage 2 necessity of school construction submission. And PAYGO funds can be used to fund project-related expenses. This will not increase the amount of state aid reimbursements available to the town. And PAYGO funds must be used by June 30th, 2027. Now, the town has 3 options available to it related to PAYGO funding. So under this first option, as detailed previously on how the funding would work, under this scenario, the town would accept the available PAYGO funds totaling $9.7 million, and these funds would then be used to pay down the expenses related to the project, thus lowering the eventual bond issuance on the amount. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see again the project amount is $150,000. What's reimbursable is the $117 million, non-eligible the $32 million. You'll see the PAYGO at 9.7, and this is where you're seeing on option 1, the bond issuance amount would be reduced to $140,251,000. And then down below, again, the interest rate at 3.9, repayment term of 20 years, and we're assuming, as noted in the prior presentation, a reimbursement of 50%. Most of these numbers will remain constant between the 3 options, other than the PAYGO and the bond issuance amount. So on the second option, under this scenario, the town would decline the available PAYGO funds, totaling $9.7 million. The town's PAYGO funds are only based on the town of South Kingston's reimbursement base percent of 35%. Declining the PAYGO would result in the town's full reimbursement in state aid at the assumed 50%. So on this scenario, we would be issuing $150 million, but the $150 million, we'd be getting 50% on the full 117, rather than under scenario 1, you'd be getting $27 million at 35% and the balance at 50%. And in scenario 2, you'd get the 50% at the full 117. And finally, on scenario 3, under this scenario, the town would accept the available PAYGO fundings totaling $9.7 million. The town would then use the PAYGO funds for either capital updates at other district schools or approved by RIDE, or towards the new high school project, while not reducing the issuance amount. And so the issuance remains at 150. So you'd effectively have up to $159 million available for this project or for other schools. And now the impact of each. So on scenario 1, scenario 2, I should lead with that. Scenario 2 is actually what we have been costing out. When we've run scenarios, we've left PAYGO to the side. So we have not anticipated use for it yet, and left that as a decision to be made at a later date. So scenario 2 is what we have been running off of. Scenario 1, that is again where the first $27 million is only paid at 35%. So that, I'm just going off the local contribution, the average annual. So that's going to be the average annual debt service that the town would be subject to paying over the 20 years. On option 2, which is what the town has been working off of, that works out to an average annual of $6.6 million the town would be responsible for. Option 1, where we would take the PAYGO and reduce the issuance amount, that would increase by $305,000 to $6.9 million. If we wanted to have up to $159 million available for this project or other projects throughout the district, That would result in an increase of just over $1 million in debt service on an annual basis to approximately $7.6 million. And then finally, looking again at options 1 and 3, as those are different from what we had run in the past. This is the impact based on our current levy. So based on our current levy, option 1 would result in an additional rate increase of 5 cents or a 0.45% rate increase to $11.05 to achieve that $305,000 increase. Option 3 would result in an additional rate increase of 15 cents or a rate increase of 1.36 for a rate of $11.20. Again, this, as mentioned, this is based on the current levy. This is the data we have in front of us at this time.
All right, thank you, Brian. Any questions for Brian?
Do you have any recommendations to us about which of those 3 scenarios would be the best?
Financially, option 2 is obviously the best in terms of funding. It really comes down to option 1 is really available, is made available to communities to help cash flow. We're going to be issuing bans in the fall, in the spring. Come probably April, May, we'll be in front of you to issue bond anticipation notes for the first year of this project. We don't anticipate a cash flow problem. I don't think option 1 is necessity for the town, and it would be a cost increase. So I don't think that's an option that we would even need to even consider. Option 2 is where we are at. And option 3 is really, again, if there are cost overruns or if you want to address the other buildings, this is what the cost would be to essentially have $159 million for school construction projects. It would be an additional $1 million on an annual basis for 20 years.
But we're not having any cash flow problems at this time?
No.
Okay.
Brian, what could be a black swan event for the town that could cause us to have a cash flow problem? This is extreme, obviously, but maybe being held ransom by an international, hacking group or something like that.
That would be one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But because these things do happen.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
Cash flow issues do
Absolutely.
occur.
Yep. No, absolutely. On this scale, it would be, again, I would defer to probably Gilbane on this, or our project managers. But when this project is really going to ramp up, we're going to need the bond anticipation notes, the bands, to have the cash available to fund this over the next year when the construction really starts. But short of getting that financing in place, we should be fine in terms of financing until we issue the actual bonds in 2028, 2027, somewhere in that range.
Thanks. I'm hoping for the best, but sometimes you should
Yeah.
expect the worst. So
Yep.
prepare for both.
Can we just go through the options really nice and slowly
Sure.
so that I think I understand them?
Yeah.
So option 1 is we take the PAYGO money and we pay down the 150. We borrow 150, but take the 9 million and make a major down payment. So
Yes.
the actual,
What option 1 would essentially do, we'd probably we would likely be in front of you in, again, April, May, to issue probably $65 million approximately for that first years of construction. We would not have to issue as much bond anticipation notes if we did the PAYGO. So then it's weighing the option, how much are we possibly saving on interest with the bond anticipation notes if we do that? Is it gonna, we're paying about $300,000 more a year, is that gonna offset? That'll be an analysis we'll have to run. I don't think that would, actually, I know that wouldn't work. I mean, the bond anticipation notes for the first year are projected to be about $2.1 million. And again, this is $305,000 over 20 years. That's going to be more than $2.1 million. So option 1 really is for the communities where they would need that for the cash flow, and I don't think that's a necessity for us at this time.
I'm just trying to understand in the simplest terms what the, what.
Oh, sure.
So we borrow 150 million.
Yes.
We get $9 million from RIDE. Am I correct? And we pay it instantly down and we really only owe 140.
Well, in option 1, we'd be, as the invoices come in, we'd be submitting the invoices to RIDE, and they would be paying a portion of the invoices through our PAYGO funds. And that would be reducing our obligations, and then when we'd go to issue it, we'd be issuing then less money. We'd be issuing at 140 million rather than 150 million.
Okay.
So, but there is a cost to that as well, because when you do that, when you take advantage of the PAYGO, that is based on just our base rate, the 35%, rather than if we issued the bond, the full bond at the $150 million level without taking the PAYGO, we're anticipating a 50% reimbursement rather than 35. So we are losing money in state aid in that scenario.
I understand. That's helpful. Okay, and so option 2 is, you've always presented it this
Yes,
way.
correct. We're at this, in the scenario, we're not utilizing PAYGO at this point. It's available to us, but we're not utilizing it, and we're just declining it. And we'd be issuing at 150, anticipating the 50% reimbursement on the allowable at 117 million, and receiving the state aid accordingly. So this would be the least costly, or we receive the most state aid, I should say, in this scenario, in scenario 2.
Okay.
And we don't have to increase taxes with scenario 2, whereas with 1 and 3, taxes would go up either 5 or 15 cents.
Correct.
So, if we don't need to do it, I don't see any reason to do it.
Right.
Well, taxes are going to go up. They're just going to go up more under option 1 and option 3.
Correct.
Well, we don't have to add another 5 cents or 15 cents to it, as, it's...
Where is that slide?
It's on 17, it's number 17, do you?
Okay.
Yes.
Please use the mic.
I want to be clear, though, is that we haven't taken all of our value management options. We're putting some back in. So right now, we are currently at a deficit.
Right.
So if we don't fund those 2 items, either by reducing my owner's contingency, which we've said is we don't want to do that right now, or by funding in other areas, we're going to have to go back, our team is going to have to go back and find other ways of reducing the cost of this building. So I just want to be clear about that if we don't take the $1.5 million or $2 million and fund the coral room and the balcony, which you've told us that's the direction to take, we're going to have to find other ways to raise that money if PAYGO is not applied to it. Just want to be clear about that.
So
Go ahead.
Sorry. The other athletic complex, we didn't hear any value engineering come out of that
We're
yet.
building that to budget. We have an $11 million budget. We're designing that to budget. It's a much simpler scope than an entire high school. That's what we're focusing on.
And there's no value engineering to be done there to reduce the scope of that so that it's not an $11 million project?
Yeah, it's a very basic scope of work. It's a new field, it's a new bleachers, and it's improved parking. It's a simpler scope of work.
There's no real building?
There's no building.
There's no field house? Okay.
So Brian, is there an option whereby we can decline a portion of the PAYGO and accept some?
Yes.
And that would be
this
the
is
way
the max
to-
we're available, the 9.7, but yes.
That would be the way to fund their deficiency there, accept a portion, decline the remaining.
And I also want to be clear, we do have an owner's contingency. It is substantial. However, then as the project moves forward and we can release some of those funds, there might be that ask of PAYGO might get lower. The same reason with the federal funds we talked about earlier, I'm not confident in you guys I don't want you guys to depend on that owner's contingency coming back to reduce that ask. I just want to be clear about that as well.
Can you remind everyone how much of the contingency is there? Just, I don't want to go rating it, but I just want to know.
So over $7 million.
Over $7 million. But,
It's 5% of the total project value is what we're holding right now. Yeah.
but that's not a lot considering what we just
That's
kept
industry-
in is close to 2 million.
Close to 2 million.
Right, so we just took 50% in a half a second. So we don't want to do that.
not-
We don't want to do that.
We're not
understand.
recommending, the issue with this is that these are scopes of work that you can add back into a project later. We can't add a balcony 12 months from now. There's other easier parts of the scope of work that we can add back in later with contingency, but this is why we're asking for a decision to be made on this now. There is certainly the potential that if we don't run into any, you have a flat site, there's not a lot of ledge, we have good soil reports, everything is trending in the right direction, but we still, because of the tariffs and because of lessons learned in other places, we don't feel comfortable releasing $2 million of that owner's contingency into the project scope budget right now.
But Chris, we can't come to a determination on the amount of PAYGO to be applied to fund the deficiency here because you guys haven't come to a conclusion as to what that deficiency will be.
So what we're asking you for the next meeting is for us to, for basically for us to say, if you want to keep these scopes of work in, we will continue to design these scopes of work, and at our next meeting, we will come back to you and say, we've made other reductions at all these other places. If you still want to keep these in the building, it is this amount of money.
All right. Okay.
Will we be able to get the athletic complex estimate to us so that we see how it's going to turn out?
It's a different process for the athletic complex than it is. We're designing to a budget there as opposed to designing to a scope of work. We're designing to an $11 million budget. This is designing to a complete set of educational specifications and.
But we still have a budget. I mean.
Yeah, it's a different way of working, of solving a problem, I should say.
So I don't know if this is what you want. Could we just spend 10 million there? Is it possible just to say that's the budget is 10 million and reclaim 1 million?
You can.
No, Dave's shaking his head no.
Yeah, so you require an MOA
Brian's no.
adjustment. And also, you sold this project to the voters based on an $11 million budget at the athletic complex, so.
That's not the answer. That's, yes, but we told them that that's what it would cost. But if we said we were going to build a 10 million, what does 10 million get us most of what we want?
We just want to know.
You're telling me no. What are you saying, Dave? We'll be value engineering athletics down to $1 million. Okay. I only repeat that because you're not on the microphone.
Yeah. But he's absolutely right. We're going to make it $11 million is what we're making it. Yeah.
So that was your question. Could we trim? But they're already going to trim to get to 11.
Yeah.
Right. It's just nice to have all the information.
But there's another caveat to this, and that is your memorandum of agreement with the Rhode Island Department of Education is you have set budgets at your high school and at your athletic complex per the Rhode Island Department of Education, what they'll reimburse. You can't change those there's a process to change those. So we can't shift money from the athletic field into the high school unless we follow a process. It is done. I have done it personally on many projects, but I don't want you guys just to think we can just transfer money in there's a process to it.
All right. Go ahead.
This is more of a comment from my colleagues. So I've seen PAYGO work really well for building schools in my day job. Sorry, the mic is going. I think we're better now. But I think that we're all very, very cognizant of the tax levy on our constituents, right? And I think that if we do go with PAYGO, I think it should it puts real value on things that we've been trying to focus on, which is the Homestead Act, right? And more tax relief for homeowners and renters in this town. So while I think that it's one to say in my personal experience, I've seen PAYGO work really well. But if we do go in that direction, I think that we just need to redouble our efforts on finding tax relief in another way, because our constituents deserve it, right? So
perhaps for our next meeting, Brian, we could run a number at $2 million and see what the levy would be at a $2 million PAYGO outlay.
Sure. Thanks.
All right. So, anything further, Chris, on this? All right.
No, sir.
Thank you, Brian. Any other thoughts from council members before we kind of move on from this? Go
So
ahead.
as I understand this, we're going to take this up at another meeting
Yep.
about where we're going to go, what we would like to do in terms of borrowing and how to use PAYGO, if at all.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So thank you all. Great presentation, good collaboration. We do have more left on the agenda. We're next going to turn to preliminary discussion on the school department's budget. So I'm going to turn it right over to the superintendent for a presentation.
Good evening, Council President McEntee, honorable members of the Town Council, School Committee Vice Chair Estivo, and honorable members of the School Committee, Town Manager Manny, and valued community members of South Kingstown. As the newly appointed superintendent of South Kingstown, I come before you tonight with a profound sense of responsibility and optimism. Since joining the district on July 1st, I have immersed myself in understanding not only our school and town's culture, but the intricate financial landscape that supports South Kingstown's most precious resource, which is our students. As you are keenly aware, budgets represent more than just numbers on a page. For South Kingstown Public Schools, we see our budget as a representation of our commitment to three fundamental principles: stability, stewardship, and responsiveness. For us, stability means providing a consistent, reliable education foundation for our students from pre-K through 12th grade, and in some cases even above. It means ensuring that every classroom, every program, and every opportunity remains strong and dependable, regardless of external economic fluctuations. Without a foundation of stability, we cannot meaningfully and purposefully evolve as a district to achieve and reestablish growth in South Kingstown Public Schools. By stewardship, it speaks to trust, a trust that is only gained through the careful and responsible management of the community's investment in education. Rest assured that we know that every dollar and trend we discuss reflects a dollar entrusted to us by the taxpayers, parents, and residents who believe in and rely upon the power of public education here in South Kingstown. Responsiveness is our commitment to adapting to the evolving needs of our students, our educators, and the South Kingstown community. It means being data informed while also ensuring that we remain and can be agile, forward-thinking, and strategic in how we allocate our resources to meet the diverse and changing educational landscape. Tonight, we hope to not only speak to, but also begin to demonstrate our commitment to these principles as we begin the budget process together for fiscal 26. On behalf of South Kingstown Public Schools, I look forward to working collaboratively to ensure that our FY26 budget supports academic excellence, nurtures and supports all of our students' potential, and reflects the community's commitment to our students, families, educators, and our schools. And with that, I am now pleased to turn over our presentation to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ryan Kilpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Pedraza. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. It is my privilege to provide you with a snapshot of the school department's budget as we look ahead to fiscal year 2026. So we can look at our agenda here. I'll begin with a brief word on our mission and vision, echoing some of the sentiments from our superintendent here, specifically as it pertains to our budget and financial management. Then we'll look at some enrollment history and projections, followed by staffing, and then revenue and expenditures history. So moving on to our mission and vision. As Mr. Pedraza alluded to, here we have our overarching mission and vision as it relates to our budgeting and financial management responsibilities. These tenets guide our thinking in our day-to-day operations. First, again, we have stability. Our desire is to maintain the momentum gained in school year 2023 and 24, specifically maximizing our newly minted leadership team. Now that we have key administration positions filled, we want to build on the great work started by Mr. Littlefield and Mrs. Meyer. Shout out to them. Our steady leadership will ensure we're leveraging all available tools to bring the highest quality education to the students of South Kingstown and providing maximum value to the taxpayers. Stewardship. We aim to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, making the best use of the funds entrusted to us, balancing our priorities between people, programs, and buildings, and capitalizing on opportunities to gain new efficiencies. And responsiveness. We aim to be responsive to the needs of our students, the expectations of the community, maintaining the standard of care, so to speak, and to current data and trends. And speaking of data and trends, we'll now transition into our discussion of the key metrics that drive our budgets, starting with enrollment. So here you will see the past 5 years of enrollment history. And just a note on my overall presentation here is I've limited all historical data charts to the past 5 years, simply to avoid information overload and because these are the most recent and relevant data. And you'll notice we've experienced a 5-year decline in enrollment of about 25%. And the current trend suggests even further declines in 2025 and 2026. The chart on the right is a visual representation of the table on the left, with the 2025 and 26 projections sourced from the most recent New England School Development Council enrollment projections report from November of this year. Some key highlights from that NESDEC report include a projected decrease in public school enrollment in Rhode Island of 6.9% from 2022 to 2031. A projected decrease in the New England region of 7.5% on average over that same time frame. A projected decrease across the entire United States of about 5.5%. And now South Kingstown is projected to decrease roughly 11.7% during that time, which puts us over the state, regional, and national averages. However, it's important to note that these declines happen across all grades and all schools and not linearly. And as you'll see in a later slide, this is why our staffing does not move in direct proportion with enrollment. Proceeding to the next slide. Here we have a snapshot of our out-of-district enrollments from the past 5 years. These are students who reside in South Kingstown but enroll in charter schools, also known as public schools of choice, career and technical education or CTE programs at other public schools or state-sponsored schools. Our charter school students attend Kingston Hill Academy, the Compass School, and the Green School in West Greenwich. Our CTE students attend Narragansett, Charahoe, Exeter, West Greenwich, and North Kingstown, and our state students attend the Met School in Newport. You'll notice we've recognized a roughly 35% increase in out-of-district enrollments over the past 5 years, with the primary increases coming in charter school attendance. The chart on the right shows the data table on the left in visual form, and the table at the bottom shows our fiscal year 2025 projected costs for these students, which totals about $4.5 million, or 7.2% of our total operating budget. So it's essential to note that reversing the trend in out-of-district enrollments would help us realize significant cost savings on our bottom line. So now closely related to our enrollment is our staffing, to which we'll turn
Can
now.
I ask a clarifying question?
Yes,
Sorry.
please, sure.
So is the out-of-district enrollment number included in the overall enrollment number, because we still pay for those kids, so that if I'm looking and see the 24-25 number is 2216, does that number include the 226 kids that are out of district?
Yeah, the key term is resident average daily membership,
Okay,
so they are
perfect.
included.
Great,
Correct.
thank you.
May I ask us a question? Sure. Hi. Do we have data in this about IEPs and the increase of IEPs?
We do. I didn't include it in this chart, but we
Sure.
do add
Are
it,
you
sure.
just on the gross, are you finding that we're having a trend upward of increased IEPs in South Kingstown schools?
I actually have it in front of me here, somewhere in my spreadsheet.
I believe we've had a decline in private school in services to students attending private schools. However, we have had a slight increase in out-of-district placements.
Right.
Do you have that in front of you? Is that?
Yeah, so looking at outplaced in private with an IEP, the trend, just eyeballing it, is relatively flat.
Relatively flat?
Relatively flat. Probably coming down slightly for outplaced, basically flat for private with an IEP.
Well, that's good, because you can keep students in district better if you do have the staff to teach them, right? So that does lower out-of-district costs, which is critical to maintaining your steady budget. So thank you for looking into that.
Great question. Thank you.
Ryan, before you get back into it, could you provide the council with a copy of the full NESDEC November 18th report?
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just ask a follow-up to what Kate asked about the numbers? So the enrollment is 2216 as of whatever your census date is, so that's fine. And so then Kate's question was, there's how many out-of-district kids? 230, what year? 226, right? So are there 2,000 students in the actual schools, Matunic, Peacedale, 2,000, or is it 2,400 when you add? How many are in the Peacedale, Matunic, Rod Rock, and the high school? 2,200 or 22,000? Sorry.
That's a great question. So to clarify, 2,200 kids enrolled in regular public school within our schools. Agree? Okay. The point that Ms. Massananti was trying to make was that essentially tying it to state aid, the resident average daily membership is the key metric, we'll say, which includes those out-of-district students, and that's calculated in the funding formula. I think that was kind of what Ms. Massananti was driving towards.
Yes and no, but I was trying to clarify. The 2216 are the kids who sit in, I use this lovely term, butts and seats, in our buildings. It does not, so that number does
Yes, I
not
apologize,
include
yeah,
the 226 that are butts and seats elsewhere.
Correct, that's
Okay,
right, I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
that's my fault.
That's, yeah.
So the RIDE formula is based on 2216 plus 226.
Correct.
I thought I'm glad I asked, because I thought we were swinging down, we have 2,000, but we have 2,200, and we have 226 in other places. Got you? And that's where we get the reimbursement on 24 change. Okay.
But even though we have 2216 of, as Ms. Massananti said, butts and seats, we still have to pay for these 226 that choose to go elsewhere.
Right.
Correct, yes.
And we lose the associated state aid.
To clarify, we actually don't.
We don't?
We don't. No, we because those students are included in the resident average daily membership, that's the amount, that's the enrollment figure that RIDE uses to calculate our state formula aid.
That was my question.
So they are included.
Okay, but then doesn't that state aid go with them to?
Correct, it follows them.
It doesn't
that
come
portion
to us?
will follow the student, correct.
Okay.
It comes in and then it goes out. We
No,
get, yes.
it doesn't come to us, right?
It does, monthly.
It does.
Oh, okay.
The school district is
But
in
yeah.
charge of distributing the money. That is their
Correct.
authority.
We are invoiced from
Just for
the
clarity.
districts we send the students to.
Correct.
Yeah, it's part of our expense line to pay for those kids to be going elsewhere. So that while we're getting money from the state, it's going right back out as part of our expense line to those schools.
That's
So when they
actually,
use the term "the money follows the student," that's exactly what happens. It follows the student, all of it.
so I was going to ask, I know money follows the student. Does what we get from the state of Rhode Island, when it passes through from the school department to, say, Narragansett or to the charters, is that a wash, or are we still supplementing?
Yeah, we do not receive the full amount.
Right. So
Exactly.
when we invest out $4.5 million to all those other schools, we pay that out. I'm just throwing a number. We might get $4 million. So the school department is still making up, we don't,
It's significantly less than that.
right.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
It's significantly less?
Yes, because the
Okay.
state share percentage is only about 15% of the core foundation amount. I don't want to get too technical on the formula, but essentially it's a very small portion of that expense.
We pay out $4.5 million in out-of-state tuition, and what we collect from RIDE does not equal
It's
that.
about
That-
1,900 per kid.
1,900?
1,900.
And we pay probably 19,000.
Correct.
There you go. Okay. I pay attention. Thank you. I'm just saying it out loud because people think, oh, you're getting that money from RIDE and then you're transferring it right to Narragansett, and it's not that.
Correct.
It's more money follows the student.
So, looking forward past January 20th, we know that there's going to be some push to eliminate the Department of Education, and also a big push towards charter schools. And so one of the things that concerns me a lot is, I understand that there's going to be a lot of, or the Catholic schools are going to be doing the special ed or IEP type programming. So I'm just really concerned that we're going to continue to see more of our students leave. So just if you could maybe speak on that a little bit.
So we have that obligation already. So students who attend a private school who continue to receive IEP services, we still must maintain and offer those special ed services to those families, either by sending staff there or providing services before or after school hours. So that is happening already and is a federal requirement for us.
Okay, good. I'm just concerned about all of that too, going forward.
And then just to go back to the big picture of enrollment, you you only anticipate whatever, a 3 point something, I'm not on that page. You're anticipating a 3.8% decline next year when we've, how did you calculate that? That's based on the NASDAQ report?
Correct,
Solely,
exactly.
it's not like
It plucked right from the report, correct.
because we've sort of exceeded that. I mean, on average.
Exceeded the decline, is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? Sure. That's a fair point, yeah.
I mean, it's only 85 and it's never been 85 in the last 5 years. So I'm just curious, could it be lower?
Oh, absolutely, sure.
I think people are going to want to stay in SK because of our awesome new school.
And that really is the highlight of that out-of-district is that's really where, in terms of that, making sure we have that foundation that people want to stay at, that we're providing the programs that are in demand, that others can't provide, and or that we provide better. And essentially, that also, though, does not just extend to CTE programming, which will constantly evolve, and have a draw, but that's where we have to find foundation in that core so that regardless of what my interests may be or what my future holds for me as a 15, 16, 17-year-old is what I think it might be, that regardless of the pathway taken, that I can either, that students can remain agile and jump programs in terms of, oh, well, that now interests me. So I can go into robotics, I can go into marketing and entrepreneurship, I could go into a theater program, but regardless of whatever program you're in, CTE or not, is that every graduate of South Kingstown Public High School has that core foundation, and they, as an individual, are in demand and are essentially the builder and architect of their future. And that's really what we're going to rely on, and that's really where I think our future holds in making sure that we grow by growing our core component, because CTE is going to change. Who knows with AI, who knows with some other pieces, and that's why I think we're all proud, or I'm proud, I'll speak for myself, to be associated now with the building project, as every time we talk about, let's not talk about right here and now, let's talk about the future. Now obviously with RIDE we don't get reimbursed on that because we cannot grow to what we would like to be and be reimbursed, but standing true to the core of what South Kingstown Public Schools was, and I would say still is, we reaffirm that commitment, and people will stay. We do have unique factors by having 2 charters in town, in which we do need to provide transportation to. We'll get into some of the other logistics that make South Kingstown unique, especially compared to what often are talked about as the top districts, by being the second largest municipality, as well as consolidating schools. Yes, we've had some cost savings, but that's going to also have hidden costs, or potentially not so hidden costs, in terms of transportation, as well as transporting students to charter schools. So there are some in there that, in terms of challenges of geography and or components that are both within and potentially not within our locus of control, we do need to take a look at certain districts, and we share more in common with transportation with that of, with that of Coventry, the largest district by land area. But most people say, oh, let's compare ourselves to Barrington. Well, Barrington doesn't, or East Greenwich or West Greenwich. West Greenwich requires 3 acres to build on. In Barrington, most of it's water, most of it's walkable to a school. So the transportation figures are going to be very different, as well as certain other demographic characteristics. But I digress and taking us away from...
Superintendent, just ask a question. We were just talking about incentives to keep our students in our schools. We have a world-class university in our town. Has the district been in a discussion about dual enrollment with University of Rhode Island?
We have, and we do have classes that currently offer URI credit and pathways. In some of my initial meetings in the district, I've met and to establish or further certain partnerships. I would love to see something that envisioned much like we have or on the opposite coast, in terms of when certain folks graduate with a certain GPA or qualifications, that they are automatically admitted. That goes beyond the pay grade of those that I'm discussing with, but I would think that we should have that unique advantage and/or have folks in the community that we could spread that open that other communities could not offer. But those, again, those are preliminary, but in terms of the avenues open to us, such as writing, creative writing, dual enrollment, in terms of making sure that our students are achieving college credit when they graduate or before they graduate, that is happening, and it is happening through partnerships with URI, as well as other opportunities through advanced placement testing.
For the audience, dual enrollment is when a high school student goes to a university and gains credit and saves money in that way. I can't speak for the whole council, but I will say that I know that it is a successful idea for high school students to gain college credit, because the best way to get college credit is to have college credit, right? And so if anything I can do as a counselor to support that mission, please don't hesitate to reach out to me.
Will do. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I want to get back to the budget presentation, but at some point the superintendent mentioned graduation rates, and I do have a couple questions about that. I just want to prepare you in case you have to look for something. Okay. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole till later.
Good. Very good. We're on slide 6, looking at staffing. All right, so here you can see our 5-year staffing history by position type. Total staffing is down about 15% since 2019 and 2020. You'll notice we decreased 17 positions from fiscal year 2024 to 25. And the primary reductions occurred in our instructional staff, which is down roughly 14.4% since 2019 and 2020. On the right, you'll see a chart which shows how our enrollment and staffing have moved in relation to each other over the past 5 years, with enrollment again decreasing roughly 25% over that span. And although staffing reductions have not tracked perfectly with enrollment reductions, there's obviously a strong correlation. Typically, less students in our schools means less teachers and support staff are needed. But again, only once a specific grade cohort reaches what we'll call a critical mass. As we noted earlier, enrollment reductions across the district may have a net zero impact on our number of class sections offered. So again, enrollment declines are not linear. They happen across the district. So the only time you get to reduce staffing is when you have a grade cohort that increases by enough to reduce that instructional teacher. Moving to our discussion of revenue. This is slide 7. So here's our 5-year history of actual incurred revenue by source. And you'll notice our budgeted amounts for fiscal year 25 are all the way to the right. So obviously our primary revenue source is the town property tax transfer, followed by state aid, and then other federal grants. Of note is the ESSER funds. Those are the American Rescue Plan Act funds designated for education specifically. Those expired on September 30th of this year, and thus those will go to zero in fiscal year 26. Looking more closely at our state aid, you'll notice in the table below how our funding formula, group home, and high-cost special education aid amounts have fluctuated over time. Our state aid has actually been increasing steadily since 2020 and 2021, but we expect that trend to reverse starting in fiscal 26. The state has been providing what they call hold harmless offsets that are set to expire in fiscal year 27. Our fiscal year 25 offset is $298,767, which will decrease to $83,075 in fiscal year 26, which is a reduction of $215,692. Again, starting in fiscal year 27, we expect to receive no more hold harmless offsets and to absorb the full effect of our enrollment declines in our funding formula aid. And then finally, at the very bottom, you'll see our state categorical aid amounts, our non-public transportation and multilingual learner categorical aid. So non-public transportation aid is received through invoice credits, so it's actually on the expenditure side of the equation. And prior to this fiscal year, all MLL aid was reimbursable, but now all MLL funds are included in formula aid and are received monthly. Excuse me. Moving now to the other side of the equation, which is our discussion of expenditures. So before diving into our expenditure history, it's helpful to highlight what RIDE calls core and non-core expenditures. These are the market basket of expenditures used as a component in the education funding formula. Specifically, core expenditures include face-to-face teaching and materials, student and teacher supports, leadership, administration, and business operations. These are the types of expenditures RIDE is financing through formula aid. Non-core expenditures are things such as non-public textbooks and transportation, out-of-district tuition and transportation, debt service, capital projects, retirees, and all federal expenditures. These types of expenditures are excluded from Formula Aid. And the key takeaway is that core expenditures, at least in theory, directly benefit students in their learning, while non-core expenditures do not. So in the pie chart on the right, you will see South Kingstown's spending breakdown between core and non-core expenses published in the most recent RIDE Fiscal Accountability Report using fiscal year 2023 data. You'll also notice that South Kingstown spent 74% of our total budget on core expenditures and 26% on non-core expenditures. The state averages were 76.6% core and 23.4% non-core, meaning South Kingstown spent below the state average on core and above the average on non-core. And these ratios have remained relatively steady in fiscal 24 and 25. The primary drivers of our non-core expenditures were out-of-district tuitions, building maintenance and repair, and transportation, which again holds true for the current fiscal year. And obviously our goal is to shift that ratio and spend more of our budget on core expenditures, but that is a difficult task given South Kingstown's unique geography and relatively high out-of-district enrollments. Proceeding to the next slide, slide 9. So here you can see a sampling of the roughly 154 unfunded or underfunded federal and state mandates that impact school district operations. The requirements are fairly comprehensive and range from collective bargaining agreement provisions to transportation to social services to water bottle filling stations in schools. Each of these has a cost attached to it, some more than others. The point is simply to show that education is highly regulated in Rhode Island, and each additional unfunded mandate from the state or federal governments can potentially increase our bottom line. And moving to the next slide, slide 10. On this slide, you'll see our 5-year expenditure history by category with our fiscal year 25 budgeted amounts, again, all the way to the right. You'll notice our primary line items are salaries, benefits, and purchased services. These 3 categories comprise 95% of our fiscal year 24 budget and 94% of our fiscal 25 budget, respectively. Regarding salaries, our expenses are down roughly 3.2% over the past 5 years, and they're down 8.8% since the peak in 2021-22. This is due to our staffing reductions commensurate with our enrollment declines. Regarding benefits, our expenses are up roughly 1.3% over the past 5 years, with the overall trend essentially flat, especially considering the peak in 2020 and 21. Again, this is tied to our staffing reductions. Regarding purchased professional, technical, and other services, our expenses are up roughly 63% over the past 5 years, driven primarily by increases in out-of-district tuitions and transportation. Regarding supplies and materials, our expenses are up roughly 33% over the past 5 years, with an approximate 20% decrease from the peak in 2022 and 23. These are driven by our high-quality curriculum mandates and school-based supplies and utilities. Regarding property and capital expenditures, we're up roughly 175% over the past 5 years, recognizing the most significant increase from last fiscal year to this fiscal year, and that is attributed to our use of $1.1 million in fund balance to fund our fiscal 25 CIP program and additional $576,000 of ESSER 3 funds for other capital projects. Most of these projects are one-time expenditures, and all future capital plans are subject to our typical revenue constraints. And finally, our miscellaneous and other expenditures are up roughly 26.8% over 5 years, but down about 75% from the peak last year.
What types of things fall under miscellaneous?
Last year, we had some litigation and some settlements and claims that we had to pay for, things of that nature.
Okay.
So, in conclusion here, slide 11. As we look forward to fiscal year 2026, I'm just going to land right where we took off. So, we don't only want to maintain stability, but now we want to transition into a growth mindset. We want to offer an education that is attractive to the students and families within and without the district. We want to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We recognize our place as one line item in the town budget, and so we will aim to tailor our operations to our changing demographics and maximize the resources entrusted to us. We want to respond to student needs, community expectations, and data and trends. And we want our decisions to be based on the best information available to us. And this concludes my presentation, so thank you for your time and attention, and happy to continue answering your questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council members? Go ahead.
So a resident contacted me today, and they sent me a screenshot of the RIDE report card. So that's what I'm squinting to look at. And then looking at what stood out to me was the graduation rate is 90.1%. And then I was curious what the statewide, and looking at the whole thing. So how has our graduation rate trended over the last few years, and what efforts? I'm trying to understand. It didn't seem very good. It's not as strong as other districts, taking into account lots of variety of things. And just was wondering if you've talked about it as a school committee, if it's a concern, not a concern.
The only thing I can say is I'm not sure what you were. I heard you say, but I don't know the image you have. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not sure. Can we confirm because I thought our graduation rate was significantly higher than that. And so I'm not sure what image she was shared.
She mentioned the report card. You mean on the eRide
yeah, it's
website?
reportcard.ride.ri.gov, and it's South Kingstown.
I think she means the STAR report ratings.
That's included on the report card. Yes, correct. But yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The 4-year graduation rate that they have on the website is 90.6%.
Yeah. And I just didn't know, my question, that was what stood out to me.
4-year.
The 4-year graduation rate. So it is lower than other districts. I just was curious if it's trending down, because I look at it, and so there's every year 20 students just don't graduate, and that's like a whole classroom full of people. And so I just didn't know if it was a concern, if you're all looking at me like you're all confused.
I think something we haven't discussed at the table amongst ourselves at this time, but I think that is a worthy agenda item and something we can look to put on a future agenda for the school committee to address that and figure out the reasons why the numbers might be different than what we see in other districts, and start to dig down into those causes and try to figure out if there's ways we can mitigate that, increase those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I just looked at like Charahoe, Narragansett, because like it's easy to go, of course we're not as strong as East Greenwich or Barrington, that's easy. But like, what are our neighbors? And, just trying to, I just kind of calculated as 20 people don't graduate every year, and I felt sad. And I was wanting to figure out if we should care about where 20 people don't go.
Right, and yeah, so I think important in that is what are the reasons behind it. So we'll have to dig into that as a committee. I can ask Mr. Pedraza and team to look at that and see if we can get some kind of presentation around that at a future school committee meeting.
That's wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Could you talk about, Mr. Pedraza or Mr. Stanger, just about the program that is in place to make sure that more and more kids who are falling behind get
Learn
through?
365. Right, that's what I was going to ask.
It's not on the agenda. It speaks to the people who are being graduated, right?
There's too many talking.
So there are a couple different programs in terms of what we as a district currently offer, and have been offering or reinstituted, and actually does relate back to graduation rates, is summer credit recovery, summer enrichment programming, which last year again was taken care of with our ESSER funds. The district has always offered, or for the majority of its time, my understanding, has routinely offered credit recovery over the course of the summer. The Learn 365 dollars go to the external stakeholders, so in most cases, the Johnny Cake Center, in which we have an agreement with, and we make sure that we have sharing agreements, and we then use after school, or in our case, have after school programming surrounding primarily literacy, but it's a early childhood, or elementary program. In terms of those, so the primary programs that we offer locally that of dollars that we are in charge of would be our summer enrichment, our ESY, which we are required to do for our students with IEPs, and our credit recovery, which this past year, those non-federally required programs we anticipate, or this past school year cost around $200,000. But in terms of Learn 365, those dollars never come to us unless for some reason a member, an employee after school, is contracted through that organization.
I do understand how that program works, and I understand that the first year, the governor's goal was to increase attendance rates, and it was my understanding that the second year was focused on increasing math skills. And so in looking at an individual also sent me a diagram with the RIDE report card. And so one of the numbers that I was looking at was 48.2% proficiency in math. And I was just wondering if, like, at a future meeting, we could see how those numbers look after, Learn 365 and the other efforts that you guys as collectively are putting into improving our students' performances.
Absolutely. In terms of overall things that are within our locus of control and data that we have, we can definitely provide that, and we'll be presenting on those and the accountability. For students who are tied in, that would not come as easily, but we'll dig in and see what we can do, as well as we'll turn to our partners at the Johnny Cakes to see what metrics they are using and reporting back to the state in order to show the responsible fiscal use and productive use of those dollars.
Yes, thank you very much. And I know that we have received some stuff from the Johnny Cake about that, but it would be really good to bring that forward to the community.
All right. Any other thoughts, questions, comments, council members, school committee? One question I do have is, I know it's pretty early in the budget process for fiscal year 25-26. The superintendent will submit his recommended budget to the school committee middle of February. Is that correct? February 14th, somewhere around then?
Correct.
We have to submit it to you by February 14th.
Okay.
So we vote on it the 13th or whatever that Tuesday is before the 14th. But yeah,
We got chocolate on that with that too.
I think you should give Ryan chocolate.
He doesn't look like he eats a lot of
That's true.
chocolate.
All right, so the school committee will vote on your preliminary budget around February 14th. At what date do you provide the school committee with a recommended school budget?
Probably that day.
Oh, that day?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So one day to review it, one day to vote on it, then it comes to us.
To clarify, we'll probably have some budget subcommittee meetings prior
Okay.
to, so we can.
Okay.
So it looks like the 14th is a Friday this year, so we'll probably get it on the 11th,
Sounds about right.
maybe.
Yeah.
Mr. President,
Right.
I think that board member Whitford had a question. Is that right? Did you have a question? Paula? Yeah.
Oh, Paula, just put the mic on.
I had a clarifying question for Mr. Kirkpatrick. And it was due to a trend I noticed here in staffing for student services. So it was in 1920, there was a 43.8. Then it jumped up to 48.1 for 2 consecutive budget seasons or years. And then it dropped to 46, 42, and we're currently at 38. Would that be because of 1 year hires due to ESSA funds? Is that what that is?
That's a very good question.
Those were jumped up because those are our COVID years, and we had to, between the supports we needed in place for life as online educators, and then the year recovering from that, and they were definitely 1 year positions paid through.
I don't want to speculate. It's a valid intuition, but I don't want to speculate. I have to actually go back and look at the position control. But the types of positions under student services, we have director of guidance, our guidance counselors, physical therapists, occupational therapists, things of that nature. So it's possible that we were funding them with federal dollars, but I don't want to speculate because school nurses as well, social workers, things of that nature. But it's certainly possible.
One more question. So, I don't see is, wait a minute. So is high-cost special education, does funding come out of that for student services as far as like students that have extra help, like say a reading specialist perhaps?
No, I don't think so.
Or is it just for those students?
It's, my understanding is it's specifically tied to students with IEPs.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
I would need to get because there's such significant dollars tied to those as well as located into state aid, what students, yes, with IEPs, however, what qualifications outside of service, such as outside services, out of district placements, that would fall into. I would need to get you a precise definition, and so I'll speak with Dr. Carson and get you that specific designation of what would qualify a student as in that criteria.
All right. Go ahead.
Regarding the staffing, and I do see the decline in, and I understand, you know, when 100 students drop off, it's 1 to 2 in each grade. It doesn't result in the efficiencies. Really what resulted in maybe some classroom efficiencies is when we closed Wakefield School and we moved to a smaller elementary school model. Would you have, and I'm sure I apologize, I don't always follow the school committee reports, would you have an enrollment report of like how many students are in K at Peacedale, like classroom A has 14 and 18, and could you send us, when you provide it maybe once in a while to the school committee, I know it's on your agenda, but if you could always send it to us as well, we don't always look, it would be helpful to me.
No problem. Do that.
Because I'd like to see that, because at the time we had a large disparity. Some classes had 10, and some teachers had 23 kindergartners. So I want to show that there's better equity in classroom size, and I think it would be helpful in a budget slide, because some people only just tune in for this.
That's something that's regularly reported and readily available to you.
No
and
extra
is
work.
and is part of the natural budget cycle that when we talked about that responsiveness in terms of that core value or core principle, is to make sure that we're going through to do our due diligence to make sure that our dollars are attached as students go through that progression, and that there's a natural progression. We have things to consider in terms of what grade level they're going to, and so how many staff ultimately get affected, what are the, as well as things such as contractual limits of, depending on the age of the student, that it might increase or decrease, that allows us that flexibility. So there's a natural progression in any school year that we're going to take and make some assumptions regarding our current class sizes and distributions, and then when we roll them over to the next year, that we will see, okay, potentially are there currently, let's call it 4 sections, and I'm making this up, are there 4 sections of a grade 4, but there's only 3 sections of a grade 3? So when we roll that over, there's that what we call that natural attrition that naturally comes with a decline in school enrollment. Then it's an easier, rather than how many students will go from 8th grade and decide to go to the high school rather than elsewhere. There we have to provide a rule of thumb. Okay, if we average about, let's call it 10%, but what is the impact of that? That we don't know, because now it's not as simple as, those students are with one teacher all day. They're scattered throughout the day, as well as analyzing the services of those students and what they need. So while there are some general rules of thumb or that will provide to you, it does go back to that. It will depend on where across the continuum of grades students fall.
All right. Thank you. All right, it's going to bring us to the end of the school department's budget. Great job. Great initial intro here. We look forward to continued collaboration as we move through the budget season and see where things go from here, see what kind of budget you guys craft, and continue to deliberate there forward. So thank you. We do have a presentation from the municipal side of the budget. That's next, so we'll hear that now. Jim, take it away.
Do you want to?
I think we're still part of this agenda item for the town review, so thank you, Deb. I appreciate that.
Didn't want you to stay longer than you needed to stay.
We'll stay as long as we need to.
Thank you, Council President. This is a 19-page document that I'll go through as quickly as I can. I'll be talking on the first 6 items to go over the parameters of why we're here tonight. I'll turn over the specifics on the budget to Brian Sylvia. So we'll just start on page 2, which is the objectives. The budget process is based on data-driven understanding of the community's fiscal condition and translates its needs and priorities into services. 2, we've facilitated discussion between the town council and school committee members about the goals and objectives of the town as a whole. And 3, provide short, long-term fiscal data to guide decision-making in a transparent, deliberate process that informs the public. Page 3. These are the schedule of meetings that are required in the budget process here in South Kingstown. So tonight's the first one. You'll see December 24, December 18th tonight, 7 p.m. It's the initial budget hearing where the school committee and the town council comes together. January of 2025, on the 6th of January, 7 p.m. is the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan Work Session number 1 with the town council and municipal departments. The next night, on the 7th, 7 p.m., CIP Work Session number 2, the town council with the school committee. And on the 27th of January, 7:30 p.m., the CIP public hearing and adoption, the town council during the regular session. In March of 25, on the 3rd, 7 p.m., the operating budget work session number 1, which is the town council work session number 1. The next night, on the 4th of March, operating budget work session number 2, which is the town council work session number 2. On the 13th of March, the operating budget work session number 3, where the town council and school committee come together. And March 17th is the preliminary budget adoption. This will be held at a town council meeting during the regular session. In April, the 15th, 7 p.m., the operating budget public hearing number 1, town council and the school committee. On the 17th, at 7 p.m., the operating budget public hearing number 2 with the town council and school committee. And on the April 28th, the 7:30 p.m., the final budget adoption at a town council regular meeting. Go next, page 4. This is what's required by our town charter in sections 4221 and 4222. The initial budget hearing to discuss the goals and objectives must be held December 1st to January 15th. So we obviously comply with that since it's the 18th. The town manager's proposed budget is due on or before March 1st. Town council's preliminary budget workshops on or before March 22nd, which the town council will review the proposed budget. The public hearings, 2 public hearings are required, must be held on separate days for municipal and school budgets on or before April 18th. Petitions to the town council on the budget. Any qualified elector of the town can petition to make an amendment to the budget. Petitions are due by April 21st. The final town council approval on the budget. Town council shall consider any petitions to the budget before final budget adoption on or before May 1st. Referendum petitions. Any qualified elector of the town can petition on the appropriation of funds in the budget with 200 qualified signatures required. And finally, the budget referendum. The town clerk shall cause a referendum ballot to be held on the Tuesday following the first of Saturday in June, if there is a referendum petition. Go to page 5. Let's go over what the annual operating budget is. So what is funded? School programs and facilities, public safety, police, EMS, fire alarm services, the debt service, personnel costs, libraries, roads, bridges, dams, public buildings, snow plowing, parks and recreation facilities and programs, senior programs, land records, licenses, and permits. How they are funded: the property tax revenue, the fair share development fees, assets held in the capital reserve funds, the state school housing aid, real estate conveyance fees, fund balance, general obligation bonds, future CIP revenue transfers, state, federal, nonprofit grants, rents, interest income, and sale of assets. Page 6. The Capital Improvement Program. And we do have an agenda item this evening that will discuss some of the ARPA funds and how that related. But the CIP program is a capital improvement program, contains all the individual capital projects, equipment purchases, major studies for a local government, in conjunction with construction and completion schedules, and in consort with financial plans. The plan provides a working blueprint for sustaining and improving the community's infrastructure. It coordinates strategic planning, financial capacity, and physical development. A capital improvement plan is the cornerstone of a government's long-term capital planning. The CIP has two parts: the capital budget and a capital program. 1, the capital budget is the spending plan for capital items in the upcoming fiscal year, which is commonly referred to as pay-as-you-go. And 2, second part, the capital program is a plan for capital expenditures that typically spans 5 to 10 years beyond the capital budget in the upcoming fiscal year. In the case of South Kingstown, it's a 6-year plan. I'll now turn over from page 7 on to Brian Sylvia.
Good evening. Before you this evening is the town manager's proposed capital improvement plan for the 6-year period from FY26 to FY 2031. You have columns across going from left to right, which was the initial department request budget, flowing all the way through the 6-year total. One thing I wanted to point out, as you see the 6-year total at $193,955,460, this represents, I wanted to clarify this represents just so for the general fund, this is just general fund contributions from these years, and the other funds, just contributions from those funds. The actual capital improvement plan for this period totals just over $206 million, but there are a lot of other funding sources. There's still some ARPA funds in FY26. We have some state aid reimbursement, things like grants, things of that nature. So what you're seeing here is really, on the general fund side, the requests from the general fund, and then the requests from the side funds. That would be coming up to $193,000. What you're seeing here, so the department request budget this year came in at $2.8 million. The town manager's is being proposed for the general fund at $2,152,300. That is a reduction of somewhere. It's an increase this year of 5.3%, $108,000 off of what was adopted last year at $2,043,000. Okay, that was a reduction this year of 21.81%, or $800,000, from what was requested to what was being proposed by the town manager's budget. Overall, as mentioned, the request this year is $493,000. A large portion of that, as you're seeing, if you scroll down in the other funds, the debt service fund, I want to call attention to that because I don't want anyone to think that in FY26 we'll be paying out $62 million. That was provided by our owner's project manager, Left Field, as these are estimates for cash flow on the project. This is what will be This is what we'll be expending on the project this year, although over the next 3 years. But we will be funding this over the bond anticipation notes. We will not actually be. We'll be issuing bond anticipation notes, and say for FY26, it'll be in a later slide, but we're anticipating debt service related to that $62 million number in FY26 costing about $2.1 million. So you're not going to have a hit. We're not going to be expending 62 out of our operating budget next year, just so that's clarified. I think that's it on that slide. Property tax maximum levy. So per Rhode Island general law, the tax cap, or the most a town can raise its levy from one year to the next, is no more than 4%. Growth in the tax base does not mean additional revenue. It will only be realized by a city or town, and the tax cap applies to the tax levy, not the individual property tax rates. The thing to keep in mind as we go into next year, and this will be mentioned a few times throughout this presentation, FY26 will be the town's next statistical reval. That statistical reval will go in as of 12/31/2024, so that will be impacting the levy and the budget as well next year. In terms of the levy, again, with it being a reval, I'm going to start where you see an asterisk on the net assessed values. We don't know right now where the reval is going to be coming in, so I left the net assessed values identical to what we have this year. I don't know where they're going to go. So I got to the 4% cap on raising the rate and leaving the assessed values exactly where they were, and just showing what we could raise should we so chose to go to the cap, which would be an increase of $3,052,935 if we went to the 4% cap. Again, that would result in this scenario of a rate of 11.49. I don't anticipate that. We're going to have some growth on the levy, this is more to show what we could raise should we go to the 4% cap. Excuse me. In terms of the property tax levy 5-year history, you'll see over the last 5 years, the levy has averaged an increase of 1%. Overall, in that time frame, that's an average of $739,000 or $740,000 an increase on an annual basis, or 1% levy increase over those 5 years. And again, you'll see the breakdown on the rates and how they're broken down on the bottom of the screen. Most recent year of the 1105, 26.79% was related to the town, and 73.21% was related to the school department. This slide shows on the left side, or the blue graph, that is the taxable real property over the last 10 years, excluding motor vehicles. You can see a trend there over the 3-year intervals in between the revals. Obviously, 23, 24, 25 are very close. They were in the most recent reval. Same with 20 to 22. They go in 3-year increments. Whereas on the other side, the right-hand side, the orange, that is the adopted levy, where you're seeing the gradual increases over time based on the levy increases on an annual basis, which again has averaged about 1% over the last 5 years. Maintenance of effort for education. Rhode Island general law requires that municipalities provide a minimum level of support for education, on an annual basis. State law specifies that there are 2 possible ways to calculate the amount a city or town must provide a contribution to meet the maintenance of effort requirement. One being at minimum level funding the amount of support that was provided in the prior year, and the second option being if the district has a declining student population, an amount equal to or what was provided per pupil in the previous year is allowable under Rhode Island general law if approved by RIDE. Unassigned fund balance. So again, it is recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, that you maintain 2 months of revenue, or 16.7% of your operating budget. Our last audited financial we had, as of June 30, 2023, we had an audited fund balance of $16,050,489. Our projected surplus for FY 23-24 was $697,278. So we're anticipating our surplus to be, or our unaudited at this point, but our surplus to be as of June 30th, 2024, to increase to $16,747,767. After that, so that's as of that date, as of June 30th, 2024. After that date, beginning with FY25, the town is utilizing fund balance totaling $1,793,608 to fund operations in FY25. This results, as of now, in a unassigned fund balance as a percent of operation, the fund balance at 16.48%. This was mentioned when we passed a few of the contracts so far. We have one more to go. We could potentially need additional funds from fund balance to balance the budget. This is a worst case scenario. I don't think it's going to be 550. We'll see once everything shakes out. But as a worst case scenario, I wanted to provide that if we drew or needed to draw an additional $550,000 on fund balance, the percentage would drop to 15.87. Now, again, the one thing to point out here, this does not take into account any projected surplus for the current year. This is taking a snapshot at the beginning of the year. We're using, so our fund balance was as of 6/30/2024, and what we're using to start the year. Just as a point of reference, say we end the year with a $1 million surplus, that percentage would go up by 1.1%. So the 16.48 would go to 17.58. And the 15.87 would go to the 16.97, just as a point of reference, because we don't know where we're going to end the year yet. But feel comfortable, I'm sure we're heading in the right direction. Slide 15 is revenue projections. So again, we're at the top of the slide on fiscal year 25-26 projected. You're seeing that revenue number is again based on the possible or the cap that we're at of a 4% levy increase. So that's increasing revenues there by $3,040,000. I'm projecting a reduction in the use of fund balance to $1.2 million, just a little more sustainable as we get closer. And we're anticipating we could likely increase local revenues by $300,000. So under this scenario, we'd be increasing revenues if we went to the 4% cap by $2.7 million next year. On the expenditure side, over the last 5 years, I was just trying to show that again, we're averaging, which was held true most years, we're averaging about a 5.06% increase on expenses for our general fund over the last 5 years. Our current operating budget stands at $32,745,122. And debt service. So debt service, there's a lot happening here, but at the top section, the existing general fund debt, actually, I should start here. So we do have some debt, very little, but we do have some guild debt that is funded by the guild fund, and I think next year is actually our last year that we have any debt service on the enterprise funds. We have 1 year left, I believe, with wastewater, and water and solid waste is already paid in full. But what is presented here is just the general fund debt. So you are seeing a slight reduction in the general fund debt going from 25 to 26, approximately $80,000. However, proposed new debt issuance, so this is where you're seeing the first year of the bond anticipation notes, where we're anticipating that issuance of $62 million to cover the first year of construction on the new high school. We're anticipating that interest on that borrow would be $2.1 million. So overall, you're seeing total debt service increasing by about $2 million from 1.6 to 3.6. And then when you factor in some of our third-party revenue sources, again, the property tax need is increasing by $1.8 million. And that, again, you're seeing the growth over time on the high school, going back to the proposed debt service line. So that we'll have 3 years of the bond anticipation notes. That's where you're seeing the $2.1 million in fiscal year 26. It would be 3.6 projected in fiscal year 27, and 3.7 million in fiscal 28. And the first year of debt service payments would be in fiscal 29, and then carried forward into fiscal 30. Now the budget drivers. So first and foremost, maintaining existing service levels that residents have become accustomed to. The capital needs of the town. The town manager's proposed capital improvement plan calls for an increased pay-as-you-go funding in FY 25-26 of $108,000. or 5.3% to $2,152,300. Employee benefit costs, which saw increases to healthcare coverage over the last 2 years of 9% and 5% over the last 2 years, and still unknown at this time for FY26. And finally on this slide, initial funding of the debt obligations related to the new high school project. Year one and bond anticipation notes will be hitting in FY26. Again, as mentioned, we're projecting at $2.1 million. And finally, on budget drivers, we need to develop a plan to increase staffing levels of emergency medical services personnel due to the planned new EMS station on Ministerial Road. Contractual obligations, FY26 will require funding contractual obligations associated with what will represent year 2 of collective bargaining agreements with the NEA, Council 94, and IAFF. And along the same lines for contractual obligations, FY24-25, the current year represents the final year of the collective bargaining agreement between the town and IBPO, so we will be negotiating a new contract for FY26. And finally, as mentioned, I think a few times here, the FY26 will represent the next statistical reevaluation of the town, which will be implemented on December 31st, 2024.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Go ahead.
The last thing you said, the statistical reevaluation will be effective as of December 31st, 2024. You mean in 2 weeks?
It will be effective as of that date. It won't go into effect until we actually do the levy. I think the levy gets set middle of June, but the levy is always as of December 31st each year.
Okay.
It won't go, it will be effective on that date. It's not going in a week. It will begin, and it'll go in as of sometime in June.
In June of 2025, we'll get the new statistical reval of all property owners will get their statistical reval.
I can't speak to when. That would be a question for our assessor. It will be in the spring. It'll go into effect when the budget gets adopted and when we do the tax levy resolution in June. That's when it'll go into effect. I believe the numbers are released in the spring.
Okay.
I'm not sure of the date.
So maybe prior to the budget?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
All right, any other questions from council members? How about school committee members? All right, at this point, we're going to open it up to public comment. Anyone in the audience who wishes to comment or speak on the school or the municipal budgets as presented tonight, I invite you to come on up. We just ask that you introduce yourself, and we'll limit you to 5 minutes. So with that said, first come, first serve. Come on up.
Do I understand correctly that the comments can only be about those 2 budget issues and it can't be about the conversation before about the new high school?
Yeah, you can comment on that. We'll allow for that.
Okay, I'll keep it quick, I promise. Janine Silversmith, member of the Town Sustainability Committee. I'll just run through these really quickly. I would imagine, there are people much better at this than I am, but I would imagine that the area on the roof for future solar panels will be in a position on the roof that would make the most sense to gather the most. Okay. Love the integration of the geothermal test well into the construction technology area. So please, I hope that we can make that happen. It's a really wonderful opportunity to expand or evolve the CTE program. In my day job, I'm part of the Climate Jobs Rhode Island Coalition, which is a coalition of labor unions and environmental organizations, and there's a lot of movement training tradespeople on new technologies. I'm confident that Rhode Island's ahead of the curve in the nation, because I know there was mention before about maintaining these new systems. I kind of like, as an environmentalist, I kind of like heard some people snicker about the bird-safe glass. So I just wanted to say that birds are a really important part of the ecosystem, and also bird-safe glass usually increases energy efficiency of a building. And the last thing I'll say is that climate change is not a metaphysical consideration or a philosophical debate. It's science. There are copious amounts of data to back that up too. And by being forward-thinking, we'll, in the end, save money and improve the health of our community and more. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, make sure that mic is on.
I should know by now. Jim O'Neill, Wakefield. And if I could, Mr. President, just some clarification from Mr. Sylvia.
Go ahead, Jim.
Those options, Bryant, option one, what number was the 3.9% on the $140 million 20-year? What was that level number annually? That'll ask you the number for option two. Let's stop that clock. Stop that clock. You won't stop it.
Father Time waits for no one, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was your question? I know it was on option one. What was your question?
Oh, it's a 20-year, 3.9% on $140 million. What is the level annual funding on that? 6, 7 million? I can't remember the number.
After state aid would be $6,953,428.
Okay, and then go to option two.
Would be $6,648,081.
All right, 648. What's the rest?
$6,648,081.
081. Okay, and on option two, the sheet we had last year before the bond issue was 3.5% on $150 million. What's that number?
I'm sorry?
Interest rate?
The 3.5%.
Oh, this is on 3.9%.
Yeah, I know. But last year, before the bond issue,
Yes.
we were using your sheet of 3.5% on $150 million. What is that number?
I don't have that in front of me at this time.
You don't?
No. I use the 3.9 because I'm working with PFM, our financial advisors. They anticipated right now that 3.9 was a good number, so I used that right now.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I think I've been telling you that things are headed that way the last few months, have I not? All right, I know I have that number at home. A couple things that I did not hear tonight, and I've got to ask Mr. Kilpatrick a couple of things here, if he would. I pleaded last year, but anyway, let's forget about last year. If you remember, the problem was last year, 401.7 of employed folks, but we budgeted 408.7. Remember that I asked you that question a number of times?
Yeah, I do. I believe the
we were
slide
missing 7 folks there.
We had 7 vacancies, right? Is that what? That's right. So
right,
that's,
7
yeah,
vacancies,
yeah.
but we budgeted for that as if they were employed.
So the correct number. The correct number is 401.7.
Okay, so this year, 384.7. Is that actual employed people, and we're really budgeting for 491.7?
No, we're budgeting for 384.7. That's the budgeted amount.
That's all the people working and all?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And to go back to my just general thoughts on philosophy here. And by the way, just quickly on the new high school. As you know, I've been very upset about the Taj Mahal football facility, $12 million we're going to spend on it. I certainly would have, and I congratulate the South Kingstown Rebel football team for winning the championship game 29-0 over West Warwick. And they did that with the current facilities that we have. I don't know why we're spending that kind of money when we could be spending that on other schools if the budget gets full with the high school. It's beyond me. It's beyond me why we're tearing down 2 buildings that could be of great use to the community or the state. So my last thoughts, Mr. President, with this initial budget hearing, no one but me seems to talk about the state budget office. We're at $370 million deficit for fiscal 26. Almost 400 the year after, 430 the year after that. No one's bringing that up. Washington Bridge, the cyber attack on the State House. It just doesn't end here. With new administration coming to Washington, ESSER money, I think, has finally been spent, and there's no more of that. And I'll end up with we've got to pay attention to some of these larger political situations that are going to affect us dearly with our budget process. And with the East Greenwich superintendent here, and welcome aboard. And I'll probably give you a lot of grief over the next year. But I think you know that I want to see our $56 million budget down to $50 million, and that's adding the transportation costs and out of district to the $41 million of East Greenwich. I think we should meet at $50 million, our two communities, because we do get the same state aid after those expenses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so it's 11:15. There were 5 people left in the audience from the public after the first group left. I had questions that I wanted answered from Studio Jade, from Slam, from left field. Why didn't you let the public, the handful of us, come up here for a couple of minutes and ask some questions? I don't even know where to begin. This is such a mess. I'm going to start with the school budget. So you say, stewardship, responsible use of taxpayer dollars, horse crap. All right, so let's go to your page here where you show how many students we've lost over the last 6 years. I already added it up. 734 students in the last 6 years. You know what that is? That's a large enrollment that's going to be in our high school. So in the last 6 years, we've lost a high school's worth of students. But all I hear from the school district is, oh, the enrollment's going down 25%, but we've only gone down 15 with our people. It's garbage, okay? It's not parallel. It's not even close to being parallel. You've lost, our ratio right now is 5.75 kids per person, per employee. The second lowest in the state after Narragansett. The other districts are all north of 6, and some of them are up near 7. We had, our ratio here was just a couple of years ago. Here we go. So our ratio in 17-18 was 6.48 students per employee. Then they added 15 people. I remember that budget. They added 15 people, then it went down to 6.1. Then the last year of Ms. Stringfellow's tenure, she laid off like over 30 people, so it went back up to 6.32. Probably that's also one of the reasons why she ended up leaving here, because she got so much crap from that for trying to right-size our district. All right, so 632, that was in 2019 to 20. Then COVID hit. So for the next 3 years, nothing happened because we can't lay people off because they're not, blah, blah, blah. So finally, this started to go down again in 2022 to 23, and now we're down to 384.8, which is 5.75 students per employee. Okay. The 6.32 that we had back in 2019 and 2020, that's a really nice number. The differential is like 34 people. 34 people. 34 people at $121,000 is the average compensation in the school district for this year. It's $4.1 million. Okay? We have way too many people working in this school district. I looked at I looked at the STAR reports today, the school reports. We have 2 4-star schools and 3 3-star schools. We don't have any 5-star schools. Our test scores are not good. Now, to a question from Ms. Whitford about the graduation question. Let's take a look at that one. So, yeah, we have a problem with graduation, and you know what groups it is? Our black students, our economically disadvantaged students, and our students with disabilities. Those are the 3 groups whose graduation rates are nowhere near what the other rest of the students are. Our most vulnerable students continue in this district to get less than what they need, okay? This district, we're in a rich town, right? The University of Rhode Island, and we let students walk out of this high school with GEDs. It's unacceptable.
All right, Doral.
Oh, I get 6 minutes after sitting here for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Doral,
I get 6 minutes?
Doral, we afford everyone equal amount of time.
No, what you get is you have equal amount of no time is what you get.
That's it. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak?
I have a request.
Go ahead, Paula.
I
Go
have
ahead.
a request. If the school committee could adjourn, and then I could take a moment to come to the podium and speak as a community member, I would appreciate that.
All right, let's let this last person in the audience come on up, and then we can do that.
Don't worry, I'll be quick. Brett Harrington, Wakefield. After what Doral just said, I'd like you guys to really consider on page 12 of the packet, right here, okay? To not just glaze over it. Really take a look at number 2 and look at doing per student, and let's see what that does as far as what it does to the budget. Is it going to save the taxpayers money, or is it going to cost them money? I'd like to see something on that. You can run the numbers and let us know per student. Fund the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's going to bring us to the end of the comment there. School committee, you guys are all set.
I'd like to request a motion to adjourn the school committee.
I'll second that.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the school committee. No, you can say.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That concludes the school committee meeting for this evening.
All right, thank you all. School committee, school administration, great first meeting to start the preliminary budget, and a lot more ahead to look forward to. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, school committee.
You all know who I am. So I just wanted to step up here to just kind of refute what I heard from the last person at the podium. We don't have students walking out of our buildings getting GEDs because they're not getting services. We have students who are graduating from our schools without getting services. For the same reason why he's talking about we need to cut more staff, we don't need to cut more staff. My question earlier this evening in regards to was student services support declining from that 43 to a higher number to a low number? The reason why I ask that is because we need bodies in student services. We need reading specialists for students in our school district who are going through our school system who cannot read when they graduate and walk across that stage. That is the real issue. Not the issue if we have too many bodies inside of our schools. The issue is we may have too many bodies, but they're not doing the services that are needed by our students. And that's why I sit there as a school committee member, because I want to make sure that we start to deep dive in and start to work on the core issues of why these underserved, underprivileged students and low-income students are not walking out of our doors with high school diplomas being able to read. And it's because there's not enough funding for the services to put the people in place to provide that basic need, I should say, for every one of our students. That's the real problem. Not that we're paying for, we have 500, 700 teachers. At this point, we need 500, 700 teachers. We need 2 teachers for every student that cannot read. 7th graders, 8th graders, 9th graders, currently, right now, inside of our schools. But you want to know what makes them lucky? They're lucky that we do have URI up the street with some folks there that want to work with our students and make sure that they learn how to read. Do your research. Find out what's happening with students. Don't just assume. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
May I?
Go ahead.
Mr. Superintendent, welcome. Some of the comments you'll hear from tonight, I think, would be helpful if you could take a zoom out position. I think Doral Beasley, don't go anywhere, Doral, I'm going to talk about you. He consistently, one of his themes is we have a lot of staff, we've reduced enrollment, but the staffing doesn't measure, right? Then you have Paula eloquently, I mean, the woman can preach and advocate like no other person. She has great talent. I think trying to figure out how to meet both of those, like explain either what your staffing is and why it needs to be 384 next year or 381 or whatever it is, because, you know, it can't be 700, and it probably can't be what Dorald's saying is, you know, 32 less, right? But we need to do a really good job of being transparent. Your whole remarks in the beginning were about transparency and stewardship and engendering trust, and it's all well and good. And here's the first example of, like, there's a lot of people who think, and I'm not one of them, but I'm just sharing what people say, that we are overstaffed in certain areas. So how can we address that? Like, either it's true or not true, and explain it and maybe debunk that myth. And so that's like a challenge. Like, I would say, you and Ryan need to look at. That's not my, like, grind my gears issue, but other people talk about it, right? They also talk about per pupil expenditure and refunding the school budget based on that. And, you know, we go round and round. It's legal, but no one's ever done it, so we're not going to do it. And a lot of people don't ever want to do it, right? I just bring you up to speed. You've probably heard some of it on the side, but not in this big public meeting, where there are these groups who want both transparency in the budget and to understand your direction here. So I don't know. I mean, it's just a soliloquy, I guess, but like, to take away the bigger picture is that a lot of people do feel that there's a group that doesn't feel like there's enough staff, and then there's a group, I mean, that's Paula, and, you know, I want every kid to read. I'm kind of like impassioned about that. But I think there's another group who feels like we either have too many staff or maybe we're just not using them the right way. I don't know. It's not my job. But it's my job to ask you to educate and provide that knowledge so that we feel comfortable with whatever the budget transfers are, right? And that's just my comment to you. I respect Dorald for always talking about that ratio and always pushing back and saying we have too many staff. He actually doesn't want to take, he sometimes, and I'm going to speak for him, says you're going to generate $3.2 million. That's your bond payment. That's your projects. That's how you're going to fix things. So he somehow, I think, wants to use the money in a different way, but for education. So that's what I always take away, that he doesn't want to deny the money. He just thinks you should use it differently and fund a lot of times the capital improvements. He's not even listening. So am I speaking for you, Dorald, in a way that makes sense? Yes. So I think he's asking for that to come from you.
Certainly. And I'll just say that what our presentation was about is is the core values we bring to the work, and the people that are sitting beside me and the people at central office and the analysis that I've asked people to do thus far, those are the core values that we bring to the work. Yep. In terms of that over however many years of trends. I do need, as I said in my remarks, I'm trying to ingrain myself and become knowledgeable about the culture and history, as well as the finances, both past and present. I can only, this current fiscal year is not under my locus of control, but the elements that are, we are bringing that transparent. We're looking to be transparent. I'm not going to apologize. We're always going to strive for a surplus, because that means we're being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. If we can find breakage in teachers who are retiring, and we can get somebody at a different cost, we're going to look for those efficiencies, because quite frankly, in terms of some of those things, if we constantly, and I don't want to get too far down the road, because we will have other budget hearings that I'll be more well-versed and able to discuss the rationale and what we bring to the table. But I do hear people, and I am listening, and we're taking notes, and again, my pledge to everyone here is to move forward. So with those core values, so that we can get into the opposite, and so that we have good bad problems to solve, such as, how are we going to, because our enrollment has stabilized and or is growing, how are we going to increase staff when we are now financing a budget that has a bond, and we are now pressing a 4% cap? Where do we turn to for those aspects? So I appreciate the sentiment and the passion, and as I've said before, I truly believe, and I wouldn't have come here if I didn't believe that everybody here at the table wants to make South Kingstown, the community, better. We just have lots of different ways of getting there, and I'm committed to doing that for the schools and in collaboration with everyone here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. It is after 11 p.m., so if we want to continue, we need a motion to continue after 11. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
We got a motion. Is there a second? All right, if there is no second, that means everything on the agenda will be moved to the nearest meeting in the future, which would be after January 1, which can't occur because we need to obligate some funds for ARPA. I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, that passes 3-2.
Did you vote, Patty?
We need to do the ARPA, but I mean, there's no way for us not to do the ARPA, but I don't know if we need to, how quickly can we do the ARPA?
We can take it in one lump sum. Let's just do a quick brief, A through E,
So
and we'll take it in a block.
I wasn't here at the last meeting when I actually felt like we were going to have a different meeting, and we were either going to meet on the 23rd or some other time. So,
The 23rd, like Monday?
yeah.
Like, no, I mean.
Well, you didn't vote to have that meeting, so that's why. So this is the hard part, and now it's 11 o'clock, and we haven't even.
So
I mean, I don't know where it stands with the vote, but.
I thought it was a 3-2 to continue after 11. Am I mistaken?
Did you vote, Patty? Did you vote to continue?
I want to continue for ARPA, but I don't want to continue until, I don't see why that should have to take very long.
So you voted in the affirmative to continue after 11
For
p.m.?
ARPA.
Okay, so that passes 3-2. We're going to take up new business item A through E, preferably in a block. So Jim, what do you got for us?
One of the requirements for the opera funds is that the town,
Hey, we still have business to continue, so we appreciate, just kind of walk out quietly if you could. Thank you.
so I'll repeat, we one of the requirements of the opera funds is that we are committed to all the projects that we have looked at. If the projects could not be committed by a certain date, one of the rules is we could enter into a memorandum of agreement that the money be allocated to the department where the money's going to go, where it should go for the project. So that's why it's very important that we vote on this tonight, because the deadline's December 31st. If not, we lose all those funds. So A through E are those things that I just described, that these memorandums to the different departments committing the funds that need to be spent by committed December 31st. So that's an explanation of A through E.
All right. Do I hear a motion A through E?
Motion to confirm or accept. I can't even think straight, it's too late.
Approve.
Approve. Motion to approve A through E.
Seconded.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go.
Just a quick question, Jim. Each of these items you've already brought to us. This is just to, in writing, committed to a particular department, but the council already approved the reallocation of these funds.
Yes, you did. The reason is that some of these bids have to be changed a little, but you are correct that this was brought to the council approved it, but now this is a separate item where we're committing, we're entering in a memorandum of agreement with the department that they will spend that money for those projects.
Thank you.
It's required by the state.
So that was also my question, but my second question is the follow-up. So, for example, I can't pull anything out, so I'm just going to pull something out. Say for technology, where we were going to buy whatever, cybersecurity, whatever. And we allocated 17, but the bid now comes in at 15. The differential of that 2,000, do we exit that back? Or are we oversubscribing, say potentially to like Parks and Rec, because that was sort of we were going to reallocate more money to O Mountain Field. So how does that work?
So that's a hypothetical question, but
Yeah.
we do anticipate that the bids that we have will, that the numbers that we put into each project will be the numbers that we actually spend. If not, we have a fail-safe. We could put the additional funds into like the project like Old Mountain Field.
Okay.
We're not anticipating that, but it's an option.
So if the bids come under, and you're not thinking that they will, if
No,
there's
they should not.
if there's a surplus from that ARPA allocation, you think it's taken care of in Parks and Rec?
my goal is a zero balance on opera funds, but Brian, if you want to address that.
I don't want to give back a dime, bottom line.
Absolutely. So initially, when the council did a redistribution of the ARPA funds, 2.5 million was going to Old Mountain Field. How we were doing that, and again, if just as a little, very brief, but this was a pooling of about $1.8 million of redistributed capital improvement funds and ARPA funds. So how Old Mountain Field was going to be funded was $675,000 from ARPA funds, and Old Mountain was going to get the balance of all the repurposed CIP money, which was 1.8 million, to get to the 2.5. Through the savings from everything we bid to date, what would be going to Old Mountain at this time would be $2,792,095. So we had a surplus of ARPA funds of $292,095, which is getting designated to Parks and Recreation and Old Mountain.
Okay. And just, you gonna say something, Jim?
No, go ahead, sorry.
It's okay. And so, as I recall, and it's fuzzy, but the facade improvement plan, we didn't spend all the money that we allocated, so that some of that money is in that 292?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, my goal, don't want to give back a dime, so I just want to make sure that we have a place to move it over to, and we're being careful. A little anxiety here.
Council President, the one thing I wanted to correct myself on, they're called interagency agreements, not MOAs, interagency agreements.
Got it.
Well,
All right.
But you used MOU in the printout. It's both. So that's the process for making sure we don't lose the money like Mike said, we all line up. What we allocated in all those prior meetings is basically the exact same thing that we're authorizing tonight.
Yes, and there are many cities and towns doing the exact thing this month.
Right, all across the country.
Okay.
This is one of the rules that was laid out to us. If we follow it, we can commit the funds, but it has to be an interagency agreement that the money goes to, the allocated money goes to the department with the intention of using that money for whatever a town council or city council agreed to.
And as we have seen, things don't usually come in less expensive. So I don't think we're going to have much left over.
Looks to me to be broad scope, and that the event that a certain thing does come in under bid, they could reallocate to something else that comes in over bid.
That's correct, and that's that fail-safe option we have.
Yep. All right.
Mr. Manager, just for item E, the conference rooms?
I'm sorry, which one is it?
Item E?
Yes.
Is improvements to conference rooms? Just super briefly, like, is it new screens, new walls? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so this is part of the program where all meetings can be broadcast.
Oh, great.
So we instituted a policy that all boards, commissions, meetings can be broadcast in any building that they're in. And, many residents have spoke about that, and I think it's a good policy.
That's a great improvement for transparency.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Do you want to
Okay.
continue the next two to the next meeting?
Yes, because 11:10 at night is not the right time to talk about pedestrian safety in town, traffic safety in town. And I appreciate that the chief has been here for 4+ hours waiting, but I don't think that anyone is going to be alive and paying attention. So I'd like to table it. Can we just bring it to January 13th? And then I want to talk about the rescue funds and the CIP, and I feel like none of us have any brain cells that are functioning, and I'd like to table that one as well, if that's possible, or whatever it is, to move it to the next agenda. Motion to table items F and G to the January 13th meeting.
Second.
Again,
All right, we got-
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Well, we got a motion and a second to table. Any
Second,
discussion?
yes, aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, those two items are tabled to the January 13th meeting. We got a motion to adjourn. We got a second. Any discussion?
No.
Are we
aye.
sure about this?
Yes.
No, please.
All in favor? Aye. All right.